Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝘃𝗲𝗺𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 on Wattpad. Now let's start. His whole life he was told what he dreamed of was the impossible. That he couldn't be a hero. That he should just give up. But despite that, despite all the negative feedback and pain he went through, he just couldn't give up. He wouldn't give up. He was born with the spirit and heart of a hero after all, so why wouldn't fate be in favor of a hero? Could fate really be so cruel? Sure, he was quirkless, but that didn't mean anything. Really, he wasn't that far behind. Many heroes fought basically quirkless, not that he was thinking of this notion right now. No, he had started thinking of how maybe he should give up or at least stop being so delusional. All Might and the other heroes said it themselves, he didn't have the quirk for it and it would be reckless. Yet some part of him was not willing to give in. He was so determined to prove society as a whole wrong. 24 and here we have our young prodigy now, with all might or small might seeing he's deflated right now standing in front of him saying he can be a hero and is worthy of his quirk. But does he want the quirk? Well, now that he thought about it, no, he doesn't. Now, don't get him wrong, he appreciates the thought and gesture of all might, really, he does. But gaining a quirk, that would only go against what he has been trying to prove for oh so long. That a quirkless young lad like him too could be a hero. That wasn't a quirk that defined what a hero could be. So, of course, he would have to decline. He felt bad seeing that All Might has gone so far and long looking for the next holder, but he just couldn't take it upon himself to go against his major goal. All Might would just have to go and find someone else. Izuku straightened his poster and looked up to All Might, wiping his tears away. All Might sir, I'm sorry but I don't think I can accept your quirk. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the gesture, I really do. And I have never had someone believe in me either, but you see, I am aiming to be the first quirkless hero, and I can't do that with a quirk. I know it sounds silly, but I'm trying to prove that anyone can be a hero if they try their best. Having one for all would kind of go against that point, and I want to prove that I can make it as myself. As a quirkless, nerdy Deku. I just can't give up, not now. I have been through so much pain and struggling, I won't give up. I will prove to everyone that doubted me or bullied me and pushed me down that I, 𝗍𝗵𝗲, can also be a hero. 25 All Might spat out BLD in surprise. He looked at the young boy in front of him, the boy so determined to prove that he was worthy of heroics just like everyone else. The way the boy responded with such a calm yet determined voice as if he was fighting for such a worthy cause, which he was. He had so much fighting spirit and potential. Yes, he didn't have a quirk and getting into UA would be hell for him, but if he did get in, he would make history. Being a fellow quirkless, or used to be quirkless anyway, for spoiling not really, he understood where 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was coming from. He was in 𝗵𝘃𝗲's shoes when he was younger. But he was granted all for one to make his dream a reality. Yet 𝗵𝘃𝗲 wants to do it without the quirk. Was it dangerous? Yes, most definitely. 56 but wasn't that part of the job? No hero is safe in the line of duty. Who was he to judge how well 𝗵𝘃𝗲 would do when the boy had already proven to be more brave and heroic than most heroes? The boy was willing to die to save that kid when the other heroes were afraid to do anything due to their quirks being at a disadvantage. All Might regretted telling him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He was responding due to his own fears and weaknesses, not realizing that with the proper training and tools, this boy could be an excellent hero, as well as a fearsome one. All Might gave 𝗵𝘃𝗲 a small smile as he wiped the BLD of his mouth. I called him 𝗵𝘃𝗲 instead of Izuku because that's what All Might calls him in his thoughts, so please don't point out that I keep switching between his first and last name. 3. Very well then, young 𝗵𝘃𝗲. May your dream become a reality. I am sorry for telling you that you couldn't be a hero without a quirk. I was acting out on my own fears and past experiences and was afraid of others getting hurt. Now I can see with the right training and support items, you too can be a hero. A better hero than most with that heroic fighting spirit of yours. Though if you want to pass the entrance exam to UA, You will need lots of training in the physical area, my boy. Perhaps you would let me help you obtain such training. 3. Wait, seriously. But shouldn't you be looking for a successor to trainer? Not that I'm rejecting your offer to train. I just don't want to waste your time, All Might Sir. I don't see why you would want to help me dash. Young man, while it is true I am still looking for a successor, I really want to help you make your dream come true, and for that to happen you need to get into shape. I suppose you're right, I can't get into UA with just analytical skills and a sense of heroics. I think I'll start by signing up for a few martial arts classes. Though I don't exactly know what else to do: weightlifting, running, push-ups. Or do I need to do specific things? I'm not exactly an expert in physical fitness, though maybe mutter dash. Oi, stop muttering. Well, how about cleaning 𝗧𝗵𝗵 municipal beach? 18. You mean the beach covering in mountains upon mountains of junk? That 𝗧𝗵𝗵 municipal beach? Come on, it will be a great deed to society as well as a great workout. It's like getting 2 birds with 1 stone. Izuku looked at All Might as his thoughts swirled through his head. Cleaning up the beach was a reasonable decision, with only the problem of time management. If he were to learn martial arts and clean the beach, he wouldn't have much room for studying or other physical training. Sure, cleaning the beach would build up his muscles and stamina a bit, but his running would still need to be improved. Though perhaps he could jog or run from place to place to make up for that. Yes, that's it. Running to and from places would help him increase his running while also helping him get to places quicker so he could manage his time even better. And now that he thought about it, he didn't really need to study, seeing he does amazingly well as it is in school. He's just that good at retaining info, must be from all that hero analyzing he has done. All Might Sir, cleaning up the beach sound like a great idea. If I manage my time right, I can get the beach cleaned up before the entrance exam, as well as take multiple martial arts classes. Then I just need to factor in running to and from destinations and I'll be set for the perfect training. That's the spirit. But it's vital to remember to not overexert yourself or you'll end up working against your progress. And please, call me Yagi when I am in this form. Can't have me being compromised now, can we? Right? People figuring out your All Might would be bad. Alright, Yagi-san, sir? It's just Yagi kid, no need for the sensei or sir. You're going to make me feel old. 7. Sorry, Yagi-sura, sorry. Izuku responds with panic. 14. Yagi laughed at the fumbling mess that we call Izuku and said, right then, I'll see you around, young Midoriya. And remember to go plus ultra with your training. 7. That night Izuku was bursting with happiness at the dinner table, which didn't go unnoticed by his mom. Especially seeing he was involved with the slime monster incident. Shouldn't he be scared or upset right now? But Mama Inko let it slide, seeing her precious baby boy was happier than usual. But then Izuku brought up something that completely surprised his mother. 6. Hey mom, I was thinking of taking some martial arts classes. Inko spat out the water she was drinking and asked him why. 32. Well, you see, by learning martial arts, I will be able to defend myself better, as well as have a chance at getting into UA. I can't just get into UA with smarts alone. Besides, I am not giving up on my dream so easily. 2. Inko honestly was overprotective of Izuku, who wouldn't be of their baby boy. But she had to admit, letting her son take martial arts would benefit her objective to protect him. In this world full of quirks, it just wasn't practical for her baby boy to not be prepared in case of an emergency. If he could fight, then he could defend himself. Not to mention her son had some great analyzing skills, so he could find a way to beat the quirks of any thugs that decided to attack him. 9. She sighed and told him that he could take up to 5 courses and no more than that. Needless to say, Izuku spent the next 4 hours searching for what martial arts he should learn. In the end, he had narrowed it down to 4, which was extremely hard, seeing he had his heart set upon 7 courses. He would learn Aikido, Taekwondo, Jiu-Jitsu, and stick fighting. 36 times skip to weekend. This is it. Today was the day. The day Izuku would begin his training to become the first quirkless hero. Was he scared? Maybe. Did that deter him from his dreams? Hell no. He was filled with determination as he marched into the martial arts dojo. He most definitely was not nervous at all. Nope, not it. Izuku tripped and would have face-planted on the bamboo flooring if a blonde boy with a thick tail didn't catch him. 16. Hey, you alright? The stranger asked, clearly concerned for the green bean's well-being. Izuku straightened his posture and replied, Oh, sorry for that. Where do I go to sign up for classes? Oh, so you want to learn martial arts, huh? Which classes, if you don't mind me asking? We teach karate, judo, aikido, taekwondo, jujitsu, and stick fighting. 2. Oh, not at all. I was hoping to learn aikido, taekwondo, jujitsu, and stick fighting. 1. That's a lot of classes there. You trying to be a ninja or something? 11. Oh, no, I just really want to get into UAUC, but I don't have a quirk, so I need to toughen up a bit and find another way to fight my way in. 7. You're trying to get into you without a quirk dash. Pathetic, right? No, it's admirable really. 61. What really? Yeah, I mean my quirk is just my tail, not much you can do with it other than incorporate it into fighting. Really, I understand where you are coming from. I'm also aiming for UA myself. Maybe we'll be classmates. I'm Myheroacademia 𝗧𝗵𝗲, by the way. My mom owns the dojo. 25. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. I hope to see you in UA as well. 10. Well then, follow me Midoriya so we can get you set up dash. Myheroacademia. I need your help. Oh, hello there, I'm 𝗧𝗪𝗼, the sensei of this dojo. How may I help you? Mom, this is Midoriya. He wants to learn aikido, taekwondo, jujitsu, and stick fighting. 1. Oh, that's a lot of classes. Yeah, I'm trying to get into UA without a quirk, so I've got to start somewhere, right? A quirkless UA student, huh? That I've got to see. Let's get you signed up so we can make that happen. Prove them heroes that their quirks are no match us martial artists. 31. Izuku and Inko followed the 𝗧𝗪𝗼s to Mrs. 𝗧𝗪𝗼's office, and from there they got Izuku hooked up with his classes. Aikido and Jujitsu would be back-to-back on Mondays through Wednesdays. Taekwondo and stick fighting would be Thursday through Saturday. Classes would take up 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That would give Izuku around an hour or so to do homework, considering he gets out of school at 3:30 and leaves home to get to the dojo at 5 o'clock. Then he could go to the beach before school on weekdays to clean, as well as most of Saturday to get the most of it. Sunday would be dedicated to maybe an hour or two of beach cleaning, but mainly resting or studying. He would be sleeping 9:45 p.m., 6 am. 8 or more hours is the required sleep for working out. He'd get dressed, then clean the beach 7 to 8:30, then run off to school, which starts at 9 a.m. Granted, he might get dirty before school, but he doesn't worry seeing he already gets dirty from getting beat up by Kaken a lot. On Saturdays he would clean the beach from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. He'd bring a lunch with him so he wouldn't get hungry. He'd also go to bed later, seeing Sunday was his resting day. 24 times skip to 8:20 p.m. Izuku was once again knocked off his feet by 𝗧𝗪𝗼's bow staff. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 sighed and offered his hand to the exhausted green bean. We're done for the day. What? But we still have 10 minutes till class ends. Izuku panted and took a swig from his water bottle. Midoriya, you've done enough today, okay? Okay, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 man, I'm exhausted. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 told everyone else, like 4 people, because apparently no one is into stick fighting, to wrap it up as well, and then the two headed to the locker room to get their bags. Neither had the energy to change back into their clothing, so they stayed in their dojo wear. Both of them had their hair matted in sweat and held back by dojo headbands like the ones from the sport festival round 2. 3. Hey Midoriya, want to go hang out at the cat cafe? You don't have to, I just go there every Saturday after classes here, and wanted to get to know you better and maybe become friends. Of course, I'd like to hang you. I'd like to be friends with you as well. You're the first person my age who hasn't put me down for my dream to be a hero. The first kid my age to still talk to me after learning I'm quirkless. Thanks for that, by the way. Just let me check with my mom first. Izuku said as he pulled out his phone to text his mom. 7. Hey mom, can I hang out with 𝗧𝗪𝗼 at the cat cafe? Izuku 1. Mom, 𝗧𝗪𝗼. You mean that boy we meet earlier when we went to sign you up? Izuku mom, okay Izuku, but please try to get home by midnight. 22. Mom, and take the bus or train so you don't have to walk the full way home. It's not safe out there at night. Love you. Izuku, love you too. She said I could go, under the condition I return home by midnight. 11. So let's go then. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 said as he headed out the locker room. They walked the 20-minute walk to the cafe, going from topics about heroes to quirk theories. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 was learning just how much of a fanatic myheroacademia was. Though he had to admit that myheroacademia's analysis skills were spot on. At one point they were debating on whether the underground pro-hero Eraserhead or All Might would win in a fight. Izuku kept changing his mind while 𝗎𝗪𝗀 kept pointing out how it doesn't matter if All Might is strong if Eraserhead can just erase his quirk and go Jackie-chan on him. I'm not sorry for the Jackie-chan joke, and I couldn't find anyone else to put there, so it's staying XD. This conversation was still going on when they reached the cafe. 16. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 opened the door and walked in with Izuku as Izuku was finishing his view on how it could end in a stalemate. A certain blonde skeleton-looking guy, who was sitting with a raven-haired man and a blonde man with his hair pulled in a loose bun, overhead the ecstatic green bean and said, "Young myheroacademia, it's nice to see you again." For Izuku looks over to his favorite hero and said, "Oh hey Yagi sir dash, how many times do I have to say it? It's just Yagi." "Oh right, sorry, it's a bit of a habit. What were you going on about that had you so excited?" 𝗎𝗪𝗀 nudged him to quickly ask what he wanted so he could go order while Izuku talked to Yagi. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 doesn't even ask who this guy is. He just accepts that Izuku knows him and that is enough. So Izuku sat down at a table near Yagi and replied, "Oh, well, me and my friend were debating what hero would beat the other in a fight, and at first I was sure of one. But then 𝗎𝗪𝗀 made a few points that made me change my mind and now I can't even pick a side." 1. What heroes were you two debating about anyways? Well, we were talking about our favorite heroes and 𝗎𝗪𝗀 said his was the underground hero Eraserhead and mine was All Might, and the next thing we know we were talking about how which one would win in a fight. Though now that I reflect over it again, 𝗎𝗪𝗀 might be right about All Might losing. Yagi proceeds to spit out BLD and tries to hide his hurt expression while the blonde that is with him tries not to laugh. The raven-haired man just shakes his head and tries to ignore his loud friend. 2. Wait, why would All Might lose? Yagi asked, trying to hide his bitterness. 𝗎𝗪𝗀, who can hear the question from the pickup area, replied for Izuku, because even though All Might is strong, it doesn't matter if Eraserhead can just erase his quirk and go Jackie-chan on him. 1. Oh, and the fact that most heroes rely mainly on their quirks, in general, would put them at a disadvantage. Though you should factor in how strong All Might would be without his quirk, even then the probability is overall an 80% of losing with a 5% interval. Izuku said as he looked back at his friend. Yeah, All Might would most definitely lose. Wait, how many factors are you considering? 2. Well, statistics as well as size and quirks and fighting styles based on what is known. Really, it's amazing how people just assume a strength quirk means an automatic win. Izuku replied as he counted off his points on his fingers. Sad, you mean sad, right? 𝗎𝗪𝗀 laughed. 2. Hold it, how does All Might lose? Yagi asked. Brains beat brawl. Though Eraserhead might beat All Might in both of those areas, Izuku responded. 32. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 sits down across from Izuku and hands him his mocha. At this point, the blonde is shaking with laughter while Yagi is looking distant with a slight feeling of betrayal. 46. myheroacademia, how exactly do you know this stuff? You're like a hero encyclopedia. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 joked. I have been analyzing hero fights since I was 4. I've got like 13 notebooks full of just nothing but analysis of heroes and other people. At this point, even without a notebook, I still take note of the small things most don't notice. It's more of a habit I can't get rid of at this point. You've got to show me a notebook or two. Izuku pulls a notebook out of his bag and just hands it to 𝗎𝗪𝗀. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 flips through it and just whistles in amazement. Wait, you already analyzed me. We've only known each other for like 12 hours. How the heck did you pick up on all this? I didn't even notice some of these things. You sure you don't have some analysis quirk? Nope. 100% quirkless. 4. Between those analysis skills and martial arts training, you might just do better than me at the UA entrance exam. Yeah, well, I doubt that. I'll probably fail it. I doubt I can do better than those with quirks dash. Shut up. Your quick thinking would actually help you pass, so stop putting yourself down. I hope to God that the entrance exam isn't fighting other students because I fear for anyone pitted against you and your wit. Izuku just buries his face into the table in embarrassment. Young Midoriya, may I look at your analysis book? Yagi asked. Sure, he replied as he looked up and started to sip on his drink. Ojiro handed the book to him and he flipped through it with shock. Yagi knew Midoriya was observant, but not this observant. It was almost creepy how many details he had picked up. Yagi shows the blonde some of the pages and the blonde actually fell out of his chair from shock. The Ravenhead glanced at the page that the notebook was open to and took note of the accurate notes on PresentMic. No wonder why Yamada fell out of his chair. This child was so accurate it was scary. Yagi flipped to a page that was on Eraserhead. Now it was Aizawa's turn to be shook. He was an underground hero. How the hell did he know all this? Yagi voiced this question before Aizawa could. 37. I may or may not walk the streets at night occasionally to analyze hero fights. Did you know the more interesting fights happen at night? Then again, they mostly contain underground heroes and they do tend to go after the more dangerous criminals that the media doesn't even talk about. It's cool to know that some heroes don't care for media attention, they just fight the darker villains even if it doesn't get them attention. That makes them the best heroes in my opinion. Though Eraserhead is by far the best underground hero. 5. You got no self-preservation skills, do you? Ojiro sighed. 2. I literally get my face beat in every day at school. Analyzing hero fights is one of the few joys in my life. 5. We've got to work on Ho's self-preservation skills as well as your self-esteem. 18. Izuku just sighed in defeat. Ojiro was someone you couldn't win an argument against. Why do you analyze anyways? Ojiro asked him. I'm a quirkless nerd aiming to be a hero. I guess I just wanted to analyze how other heroes do it so I could get ideas on how to be good enough to become one myself. You might actually get into UA with those analyzing skills and martial arts classes. Aizawa pipped up. 25. Yamada just hummed with agreement from his place on the floor. He just accepted his place there at this point. 21. And thus they all talked about heroes and such till around 11:30 when Izuku had to leave. Ojiro was gonna stay because he usually stays there till 2 in the morning. As Izuku neared the bus stop, he realized something. The two men with All Might were most likely heroes. And their amusement at Yagi's sadness really gave it away. But who were they anyway? How come he didn't notice it sooner? He was talking to PresentMic and Eraserhead. He wondered how Ojiro would feel if he knew he was talking to All Might and Eraserhead about the hero versus hero subject. Izuku shook his head and boarded the bus in the seat in the very back. Today had been something. He was actually happy. After all, Eraserhead himself told him he could make it onto UA. Skipped to the heroes leaving the cafe. Yagi, how do you know that boy? Aizawa inquired. Oh, you see, I might have accidentally deflated in front of him and told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk only for him to prove me wrong at the slime villain incident and then told him he could be a hero. For he knows you're All Might. Aizawa scowled. 1. Yeah, my bad. But he promised to be quiet about it. I'm also sort of training him a little. I'm getting him to clean a beach to get into shape. Although, he seemed pretty adamant about doing this himself. A quirkless kid in UA. Bet you would want him in your class, Aizawa. Yamada mused. Plus Aizawa just shook his head and sighed. This boy has sparked his attention, and he was definitely going to watch things fold out. Izuku woke up to sunlight shining through his window. With a yawn he pushed himself up and glanced towards his clock to see that it read 10:23 a.m. He sighed and pushed himself out of bed to grab some clothes to wear today, which were his t-shirt, shirt, and green shorts. He then walked to the kitchen in a sleepy manner. In the kitchen was Mama Inko sipping on coffee and eating some rice and miso soup. She looked up to see Izuku sitting down at the table. 3. Good morning, Izuku. Morning, Mom. Izuku responded with a yawn. Inko got up and made Izuku a bowl of rice and a bowl of miso soup, then gave them to Izuku. Hey, I'm gonna head to the cafe then spend 2 hours clearing the beach today. Is that okay? Izuku asked as he took a bite of rice. Sure, sweetie, just be careful and watch where you walk. Izuku scarfed down his food and quickly hugged his mom, saying, Yes, Mom, I know. I'll be careful. Love you. Izuku ran to his room to grab some money, his hero analysis notebook, phone, and his yellow backpack before running to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. He then went to the door to slip on his red shoes and practically flew out the front door, slamming it behind him. Izuku ran down the street while thinking of what part of the beach he would try to clean today. He wasn't going to do too much today seeing it was his resting day, but he was going to try to make some progress today. His thought process switched to what he would get at the cafe when he got there. He liked the drink he got last night and decided he wanted to go there again to try something else. But what would he get to drink? Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts when he overheard the yelling of Kaken. That's not good. Izuku took a turn down a side street to avoid the explosive classmate. While it wasn't the safest street to be on, Izuku would rather take his chances than have a run-in with Kaken. Thankfully, he didn't run into any trouble and made it to the cafe within 5 minutes. So it took him like 7 minutes overall of running to get there. Izuku rushed into the cafe, almost out of breath. The clock on the wall read 10:59. He ordered a peppermint latte and looked around for somewhere to sit while he waited for it to be ready. He noticed Ojiro was sitting in the back right corner on a beanbag, studying something while sipping on a coffee. Eraserhead, in his civvies, was at a table in the back left corner. He seemed to be grading papers of some sort. Wait, is he a teacher? Wait. Does that mean he teaches at UA? Having Eraserhead as a teacher sounded amazing yet terrifying at the same time. Oh god, what if Izuku got in and got him as a teacher? Then again, Eraserhead might be more accepting of a quirkless student than most heroes, and heroes did teach the courses there. So perhaps it was safe to hope he gets him as a teacher. Here's your peppermint latte, sir. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and took the drink with a thank you. He decided to put those thoughts of Eraserhead maybe being his teacher at UA aside for now and went over to Ojiro. Hey Ojiro, he said as he sat down in a beanbag next to him. Oh hey Midoriya. Thought you'd sleep in or something. I did. I got up at 10:23. That's not sleeping in, Midoriya. Ojiro deadpanned. 31. It's later than I usually get up, so it is for me. So what are you studying? Just basic math. Nothing complicated, just want to be ready for the test I have next week. What are you up to today? Ojiro responded as he put down his study guide. Oh, I'm gonna clean up Dagobah Beach for a few hours. The trash-covered beach. Why, if you don't mind me asking? Well, someone I look up to suggested it as a workout and a good service to the community, and I have to agree with him. I'd get into shape and restore the beach. It's a shame how people took advantage of the place by dumping all their trash there. It used to be a peeling place, you know. Now it's a landfill. That's cool that you are doing that, Midoriya. Izuku shyly rubbed the back of his neck, saying, yeah, but since it wasn't my idea, it's not much of a heroic deed dash. While it was suggested, you still acted upon it. You could have said no and went to a gym instead, but you didn't. You choose the landfill of a beach, which is harder to clean, than simply going to a gym or buying weights. Thus it is cool of you. You're not even in a hero course, yet here you are, doing heroic deeds. You're a hero at heart, Midoriya. 3. You really think so? Izuku asked as he took a sip of his latte to hide his embarrassed face. Yes. I really do. I see this fire in you that won't stop burning, yet you're so quick to put yourself down. But you've got the strive and heart to be a hero, why doubt yourself? 11. I'm not doubting myself. It's just that I'm not like everyone else. They have fancy quirks that will make them exceptional heroes. Meanwhile, I can't even stand up to my childhood friend. You know what's the saddest part? I admire him even after all the CRP he puts me through. He'd make a better hero than me. All I can do is be a nerd who creeps people out with his muttering. Yes, martial arts might help me, but I'm in no way going to make it to the big leagues. People like me just don't belong up there. I can be a hero, just not a major one. Quirks mean nothing, and I mean nothing when it comes to being a hero. If a hero relies solely on his quirk, then the villains already have the advantage. So don't give me any of that, I've got no quirk, bullshit. You're right. I guess I'm just used to being told that a quirkless can't be a hero, that I've grown used to the idea that a quirkless hero could never make it to the top. Though I dream of doing such, then again, doesn't everyone? Who cares what the hypocrites say? When you get into you dash, if I dash, when you get in, yes I believe you will get in, Don't argue with me, you can prove all of those people wrong. You can show them just how much of a hero a quirkless can be. I'm rooting for you, Midoriya. We got to get in together, so don't lower your limits to appease everyone else. If you want to be number one day, then aim for it. Speaking of making it together, do you mind if I tag along with you to the beach? Ojiro seemed uncomfortable as he asked to tag along. 16. Sure, you can come if you want, Ojiro. And with that, they finished their drinks and headed off to the beach around 11 a.m. For with Aizawa, when Izuku had came in, he just had to agree to help grade Hisashi's test papers. He wanted to say no, but everyone knows it was impossible to do that. Though, since he expelled his entire first-year class, he didn't have the right to complain. Though he could be sleeping in today, seeing he only got like 3 hours of sleep. But instead, here he is, grading papers because Hisashi couldn't get it all done in time. Honestly, Aizawa had no idea how that man managed to juggle 3 jobs and even get sleep. Aizawa could barely get sleep with his 2 jobs, and he wasn't even teaching a homeroom this year. To Aizawa sighed as he moved on to the next test. It seemed the majority of Hisashi's classes had failed their English test. It was multiple choice. They had how many weeks to study? Knowing Hisashi, he'll probably scale the tests up to 10 points. Though it begs to differ if they really have a chance at passing English if not even Hisashi, the best English teacher there probably is, can teach them. Then again, there may be hope. Perhaps Hisashi will make his lesson plans easier. If he can even make his lessons any easier, that is. 1. Hey Ojiro. Aizawa glanced over to see the 2 boys from last night, who were sitting together on the other side of the cafe. He thought back to the conversation with All Might and Hisashi last night. Yagi, how do you know that boy? Aizawa inquired. Oh, you see, I might have accidentally deflated in front of him and told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk only for him to prove me wrong at the slime villain incident and then told him he could be a hero. He knows you're All Might. Aizawa scowled. Yeah, my bad. But he promised to be quiet about it. I'm also sort of training him a little. I'm getting him to clean a beach to get into shape. Although, he seemed pretty adamant about doing this himself. A quirkless kid in UA. Bet you would want him in your class, Aizawa. Hisashi mused. Aizawa just shook his head and sighed. This boy has sparked his attention, and he was definitely going to watch things fold out. Though I'm surprised he didn't freak out over you 2 being there with me. Why would he? We look like normal civilians to him. Aizawa responded. Well, Midoriya can be very observant at times. He notices things others won't, and I would be shocked if he hasn't realized who you 2 were by now. It's almost creepy how much he can figure out by researching forums and blogs and watching hero fights. Well, good analytical skills paired with quick processing is a great trait to have in the hero world. I can't wait to see how he does against the robots in the entrance exam. Hisashi replied, with his arms behind his head. Well, as long as he doesn't go fawning over heroes when they are in their civies, then I see no problem with his creepy observation skills. I just hope he doesn't bombard me. Nah, young Midoriya would keep his distance. He may be a fanboy, but he's not naive. He knows the dangers of calling a hero out when they aren't in costume. He'd beat himself up if he ever did anything that would inconvenience a hero. Aizawa shook his head at the thought of how All Might had somehow not only crushed a kid's dream but also revealed his weakened form. At least the kid was nice enough to keep it a secret. 1. Well, someone I look up to suggested it as a workout and a good service to the community, and I have to agree with him. I'd get into shape and restore the beach. It's a shame how people took advantage of the place by dumping all their trash there. It used to be a peeling place, you know. Now it's a landfill. He still looks up to him. Even though All Might did apologize, you'd think he'd be at least a little upset. This kid must be really forgiving. 7. That's cool that you are doing that, Midoriya. Yeah, but since it wasn't my idea, it's not much of a heroic deed dash. How modest is this kid? 14. While it was suggested, you still acted upon it. You could have said no and went to a gym instead, but you didn't. You choose the landfill of a beach, which is harder to clean than simply going to a gym or buying weights. Thus it is cool of you. You're not even in a hero course, yet here you are, doing heroic deeds. You're a hero at heart, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. You really think so? Yes. I really do. I see this fire in you that won't stop burning, yet you're so quick to put yourself down. But you've got the strive and heart to be a hero, why doubt yourself? So he has insecurity issues, huh? He's gonna have to fix that before he can become a hero. I'm not doubting myself. It's just that I'm not like everyone else. They have fancy quirks that will make them exceptional heroes. Meanwhile, I can't even stand up to my childhood friend. You know what's the saddest part? I admire him even after all the CRP he puts me through. He'd make a better hero than me. All I can do is be a nerd who creeps people out with his muttering. Yes, martial arts might help me, but I'm in no way going to make it to the big leagues. People like me just don't belong up there. I can be a hero, just not a major one. And now he's degrading himself. 18. Quirks mean nothing, and I mean nothing when it comes to being a hero. If a hero relies solely on his quirk, then the villains already have the advantage. So don't give me any of that "I've got no quirk" bullshit. Finally, a kid who understands that depending on a quirk is bad. 11. You're right. I guess I'm just used to being told that a quirkless can't be a hero, that I've grown used to the idea that a quirkless hero could never make it to the top. Though I dream of doing such. Then again, doesn't everyone? Who cares what the hypocrites say? When you get into your dash, if I dash, when you get in, yes, I believe you will get in, don't argue with me, you can prove all of those people wrong. You can show them just how much of a hero a quirkless can be. I'm rooting for you, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. We got to get in together, so don't lower your limits to appease everyone else. If you want to be number one day, then aim for it. Speaking of making it together, do you mind if I tag along with you to the beach? So they both can't take a compliment without getting flustered. Well, it's not necessarily a bad trait to have. At least they won't be attention hogs like most aspiring heroes tend to be. 24. Sure, you can come if you want, Ojiro. Aizawa had to admit, these two were going to be interesting students if they got in. He watched them leave and then went back to grading papers. Maybe they'll give him papers to grade that actually don't disappoint. Now if only Hizashi and All Might would show up already. One with the boys at the beach. Both boys stood at the stairs that led to the beach. Wow, I knew it was bad, but ding. Ojiro whistled. Way to help me feel better about cleaning this up. Sorry, it's just that we've got a lot to do. That is if you'd accept my help. Ojiro said as he looked down, in a shy manner. Of course you can help if you want to. Well then let's get to it, huh? Yeah, let's try to pick up the pieces near the stairs today. Izuku said as he started to descend the stairs. All right then. Izuku and Ojiro mainly picked up the smaller pieces for over 2 hours so they could get to the bigger items that were under them. They conversed about normal things, from school life to likes and dislikes. Izuku learned that Ojiro was rather sensitive, especially when others at his school called him plain. Maybe that's why he tried so hard to help Izuku overcome his own sensitivity. He knew how Izuku felt and wanted to help. Ojiro learned about how Kaken started to be mean to Izuku for being quirkless. Izuku learned Ojiro was not one for attention and absolutely hated being in the spotlight. Izuku could relate. They learned that they actually had a lot in common. They also got closer as friends, close enough to start calling each other by their first names. But I'm still gonna call him Ojiro because that's easier to type. 8. So, 10 months till the exam, huh? Ojiro asked as he heaved a busted microwave into the loading truck. What? Yeah, crazy, huh? I hope I can be ready in time. Izuku responded as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm sure you'll be ready. You'll probably do better than me, honestly. Ojiro replied as he headed back down the stairs. Don't say that. I'm sure you'll do just as well, if not better than me. You've got way more experience and are better fit than me. While I am better fit, you're amazing at understanding how someone works and fights. I still need to improve my skills in reading people. Ojiro sighed. 3. Then how about you help me improve my agility and fighting, and I help you improve your analytical skills? Izuku suggested as they neared a fridge. That sounds like a great idea. I can help you improve faster when at the dojo, while you can help me improve my analytical skills. Don't expect me to go easy on you though. The classes are going to get much harder if we are going to improve your fighting skills at a faster pace for next 10 months. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 exclaimed as they lifted up the fridge. Don't expect me to go easy either. I'm going to constantly test how well you notice things and what you remember. Expect the next 10 months to be hell. Sounds like a plan. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 laughed. They slowly ascended the stairs, being careful to not drop the fridge. That would hurt a lot if they did. They reached the truck and heaved the fridge into the truck. Izuku ran back towards the next big piece of garbage, which was a bus. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 followed close behind. How exactly are we going to get that into the truck? Wait, will it even fit in the truck? 𝗎𝗪𝗀 complained. We could build a pulley system with some of the junk around here. And we can call a tow truck to pick it up. Izuku suggested. That might actually work. But we will need something strong and sturdy to pull it without breaking on us, like some rope or steel wire dash. Or maybe chains. We could push it towards the stairs to pull it up with whatever we can find. Izuku cuts in. Yes, this could work. Great idea, Izuku. Thanks, Izuku said bashfully. The two boys scoured the beach for anything that could be used to lift the bus. About 30 minutes later, 3 certain adults were walking by outside the beach, near the stairs, only to stop at the sound of 2 boys yelling. What about this? Izuku yelled, holding up a piece that used to belong to a crane. Nah, it might break off the bus. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 responded as he poked his head out the top of a 5-foot-tall pile of rubbish. But this could work, 𝗎𝗪𝗀 said as he held up a long piece of steel rope that was an inch thick. Izuku, who was waist-deep in a pile of electronics and other broken items, responded, Yeah, that could work. Let's move the bus. Both boys made their way out of the piles and towards the bus. They put the rope inside the bus. The back of the bus had a foot-wide hole in it, and started to push the bus. It wasn't as hard as they thought it would be, but it still wasn't easy. After about 5 minutes they managed to get it towards the stairs. Izuku ran up the stairs while 𝗎𝗪𝗀 tied the rope around the bus. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 tossed the end of the rope up to Izuku, then ran up the stairs to help him pull the bus up. They haven't even noticed the adults yet. Though Yagi ruined that by saying, You need help, young Midoriya. Izuku, startled, almost lost his grip on the rope. Yagi, sir, you almost made me drop the bus. And no thanks, we've got this. Yeah, we can do it ourselves. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 cheered with a bashful face. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck, replying, Okay then. Sorry for startling you, Midoriya. It's fine, I just got caught in the moment and didn't see you. With one final pull, the bus was pulled up all the way and the boys could let go of the rope. Man, that was rough. Let's go move that broken trailer next. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 exclaimed. Gasp. That's a great idea. 3. How long exactly have you boys been out here? Yagi asked, slightly worried about the boys who seemed a little too pumped up about cleaning. Around 11:30 I think. Midoriya replied nonchalantly with a shrug. It's past 3. Aizawa deadpanned. It's only 3:20. Izuku shrugged as he headed off towards the trailer. 8. Izuku, wait up. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 yelled as he ran after his friend. What have I done? Yagi whispered in shock. 8. They don't seem to understand when it's time to stop, do they? Aizawa sighed. Wow, these kids sure got a lot of dedication. Yamada laughed. Midoriya, have you eaten at all today? Yagi yelled at the boy who was already at the trailer. Other than breakfast, no. Izuku yelled. Midoriya, if you don't eat after doing all that strenuous work, it can be bad for you. Yagi yelled, trying to get him to stop cleaning. The boys have done enough today after all. Fine. Mashireo, I'm gonna head home to eat. My mom is probably freaking out that I haven't come home yet anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go home too. I haven't really eaten anything either today, and with that, the boys headed their own separate ways towards their homes. A month has passed since Izuku and 𝗎𝗪𝗀 have become friends. It was Saturday, and the boys found themselves practicing Aikido at the beach in a clearing that they had rid of trash. The clearing was rather large, being about 176 yards long. I do not remember how far it was from the stairs to the water, so you can make up that length. Izuku had gotten better over the month at Aikido, as well as his other classes, and could occasionally beat 𝗎𝗪𝗀 now. Though most of the time 𝗎𝗪𝗀 would win. Ojiro was getting better at analyzing, though Izuku liked to trip him up sometimes by asking him to remember things he might not think to look out for. "What coffee did I order today?" Izuku asked as he maneuvered around Ojiro's attempt to flip him. I believe it was a caramel macchiato. A medium-sized one." Ojiro replied unsurely as he tried to once again flip Izuku, only for Izuku to sidestep and flip him over his shoulder. "Correct. You're getting better at your analyzing, Mashi." Izuku responded as Ojiro got up. "Thanks, Zuku. You're getting better at flipping me, so I guess we're both improving." Ojiro dusted the sand off of him. "We should end this here." They had developed nicknames for each other a week ago. Izuku was with Ojiro at the cafe in a window booth, both of them goofing off as youngsters should. They were telling funny stories and making jokes about their past selves. Overall, they were having fun. That is till they heard yelling from outside. "One, Deku. That DMN nerd. How dare that quirkless nerd still aim for you. I'm going to be the only one from our school to go there. He better not be looking down on me." "Oh no," Izuku said. He slowly slid down to hide under the table so he couldn't be seen through the window. "Well, if it isn't the famous Kaken. What's he mad about this time? Not that I've ever seen him not walking around like a ticking time bomb." Ojiro mused. "Yeah, he's still mad about me wanting to go to UA." Izuku replied as he looked down. "Well, no use in fretting over something we can't control. The only thing we can do is stand tall and hold our heads high. Maybe if you show him that you are not his punching bag anymore, he'll back down. And if he doesn't, then you could always go ninja on him." Ojiro said as he grinned. "Myheroacademia. I can't fight Kaken, I'll get in trouble." Izuku laughed with fake horror. Kaken and his lackeys walked past the cafe, causing Ojiro to look up so if he was seen they wouldn't know he was talking to someone that was hiding. Kaken knows about their friendship, so this is vital that he doesn't know Izuku is there. A few seconds later, the trio had walked past the cafe. "They're gone now. You can get back up." "Phew. I'm sorry, I'm still prone to being scared and weak. Izuku said as he got back into his seat. "Don't say that. We all get scared sometimes. It's what makes us human. Just remember that it is okay to ask for help, especially asking friends for help when you need it. I would love to help you fend of Bakugou, but I won't if you don't want me to." "Nah, I appreciate the gesture, but I'd remain a Deku if I didn't do this myself." "Don't call yourself that. How about we give you a better nickname, Izuku, like Zuku?" "Really? Thanks, Myheroacademia. No one has ever given me a nickname that wasn't degrading. It's nice. Though I suppose I have to give you one now to make it fair. How about Mashi?" Side note, Zuku sort of means iron pig and Mashi means tail. At least that's what translators say, so I may be wrong. 57, sure, Mashi sounds fine. Ojiro smiled and started to gesture dramatically as he said, "Mashi and Zuku, the martial artist duo. No bully is safe from their justice. Look out, prideful, self-centered peers, 'cause no one can escape the power of truth and dash." One Izuku started to playfully kick and swat at Ojiro, saying, "Stop it. You're gonna draw attention to us." Ojiro didn't like drawing attention, but teasing Izuku was worth the attention, so he grinned as he inhaled as if he was going to speak louder. This resulted in Izuku giving him a death glare and a hard kick to the shine. Needless to say, Ojiro didn't try to embarrass Izuku in public anytime soon. Not that he wouldn't attempt it again, he was just waiting till Izuku stopped expecting him to do so. Back to present. We should go get something to eat. We've been out here for hours." Izuku groaned as he stretched. "Good idea. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning and it's..." Ojiro grabbed his phone from his gym bag and checked the time. "It's already past 3. It's 3:12, guess we lost track of time, huh?" Izuku laughed. 2? Well, we better head off if we want time to eat before we need to go to the dojo." They headed off to the cat cafe while having their famous hero versus hero debate they usually have when they walk to the cafe. Lately, they have been spending a lot of the weekend outside, from cleaning the beach to training to even just walking around as they talked about essentially anything. Inko was happy to see her baby boy going outside for something other than finding hero fights. Her baby had a friend to hang out with. An actual friend who wouldn't leave him and stood by his side. Ojiro was just glad he had someone to hang out with. Having a tail quirk and a shy personality didn't get him many friends. In fact, he didn't have any real friends. They were just people who wanted to use him for better grades or lessons in martial arts. So having each other as friends was good for both of them. They were like two peas in a pod. One about 5 minutes later found them comparing a resourceful hero to a rather explosive hero. 1. So obviously Eraserhead would win. I mean, Endeavor would lose so badly to him. Izuku retorted with clear enthusiasm. I know, right? Ojiro laughed. I mean, Eraserhead would so use his explosive nature against him. After all, people don't fight at their best when they're clouded by their emotions. Izuku pointed out. A true warrior never lets their emotion cloud their judgment. Ojiro said in his best sensei voice. Then we factor in Erasure and the fact that Eraserhead is so bad but at fighting Izuku started. Oh, and the clouded judgment actions. Those are a major factor Ojiro added in. Yeah. Between having his quirk erased and being consumed by anger and him most likely underestimating Eraserhead, he would so not stand a chance. Izuku replied ecstatically. Okay then, how about 𝗵𝗄𝗄𝗧𝗵𝗲 versus Lady? Ojiro suggested. 𝗵𝗄𝗄𝗧𝗵𝗲 obviously. Izuku responded immediately. Really? You've already made up your mind on what would happen that quickly. Mashi, he could run into areas that she can't travel in her big form, as well as trip her when she is in her big form. Sure, she could easily pick him up, but he could easily get away by using his quirk. You know what, you make some fine points there. I guess she would lose. Oh, how about All Might versus Endeavor? Izuku questioned as his eyes lit up with excitement. Nope. No, not touching that discussion, not even with a 39.5-foot pole. Ojiro replied quickly as he opened the cafe door and got in line to order. 18. How about PresentMic versus he would win. Unless it's Eraserhead, then he'd have like a 50% chance of winning. Ojiro cuts in, not letting Izuku finish. 2. You didn't let me finish. But I guess you're right. He gives off that inner intelligence vibe. You can see it in any fight he is in really. Just watch a video of him fighting a villain and you can see that gleam in his eye. It's as if he's calculating 1,000 different ways to respond a second. Though him winning against Eraserhead would have to be on certain circumstances. Like who acted first? Did one sneak upon the other? Did he prepare for erasure, which he probably would? As well as if Eraserhead could erase or somehow stop his quirk before he can use it. Then we factor in how serious they both are in the fight and how far they are willing to go. PresentMic's quirk could easily be the most powerful quirk after all. So really, PresentMic would probably win. Side note, PresentMic is one of the smartest characters in the manga/show since he apparently has a 5 out of 5 intelligence according to the Ultra Archives. 18. Wow, you really are a walking hero encyclopedia. Ojiro laughed. Hey! Izuku fumed as he blushed in embarrassment. Oh come on Izuku. I'm just teasing you. I know it's just that most people pick on me for that, so I think it's awesome how on point you are. I mean, you probably know more than the Hero Wiki does. 1. Correction, I do know more. Izuku retorted. 8. Well then there you have it. You know more about heroes by just watching them fight, might I add, than pretty much anyone else on Earth I wouldn't go that far I'm serious. You're amazing at remembering stuff. That's great for being a hero. Imagine how easy it would be to defeat a villain if a hero can figure out quirks like you do. Mashi, Izuku sighed in awe at his friend once again trying to praise his skills. It was their turn to order and Izuku ordered a coffee jelly, 2 crepes, and a small Vietnamese iced coffee. Ojiro ordered a latte and honey toast. Look it up, it looks really go actually. They then went to sit down at one of the only few empty tables, which happened to be near a certain blonde and raven-headed duo. Said duo totally didn't overhear the discussion on which of the two of them would win in a fight. Totally didn't at all. 36. So like, are you gonna make me carry a notebook at one point to help me improve at analyzing cause I need to know this? Okay, out of the blue question, but no, if you don't think you need to then you don't have to. Taking notes was just how I got better at analyzing. How you do you is up to you. Izuku said with a smile. 5. Okay, I think I might try the notebook thing for a few weeks to see if it helps because I really want to get better at analyzing. Well, if you do, then remember to take it everywhere. Depending on what topic you choose to focus your analyzing on, you could come across noteworthy events anywhere. Izuku replied as he waved his arms dramatically. I think I'm going to focus on scenery for now. It could help with knowing my way around as well as my analyzing skills. Ojiro said as he looked thoughtful. Izuku's face lit up as he quickly pulled out an empty notebook and pen from his bag and labeled it Scenery Analyze for Heroics No. 1. He then put it back into his bag, while saying, I might just start doing that as well. Great idea, Mashi. 10. Thanks, Izuku, though I didn't think it was that great of an idea. But it is. Knowing your way around places can sometimes mean life or death if you become a hero. So taking note of scenery might help you develop a mental map of several cities. I guess you're right, I never thought of it like that. I guess knowing your way around can be a lifesaver. Speaking of lifesavers, when are you going to put those defense tactics to use? Ojiro responded with a knowing look. What do you mean? Izuku hummed nervously as he looked down. Zuku, you know what I mean. When will you stand up to Bakugou and his lackeys? When it's still just using you a test dummy for their quirks, or when you end up in a hospital? It won't get that bad, Dash. You don't know that. Ojiro raised his voice with a hysterical tone. Yes, I do. Kaken is just trying to prove he's the best, and he's right. He's so cool, and Dash, I'm going to stop you right there. He is a bully. Not a friend or someone looking out for you, but a spiteful, prideful, self-centered JRK who takes pleasure in putting others down. There's no twist or different take you can put on this Zuku. He's just a hateful person who is pissed off because despite you not having a quirk, you've already proven to be better hero material than him. It's killing his ego and he doesn't like it. Let's not forget he told you to take a swine dive and hope you'll get a quirk in the next life. Like, if that isn't cutting it close to too far, then what is? Ojiro explains as his tone changes to more along the lines of upset. 34. No, Kaken just doesn't want me to get myself hurt. He didn't really want me to kill myself. He's trying to scare me into giving up on my dreams, and he's just going about it with the wrong approach. I look up to him and I just can't stop. He really is amazing, you know. 3. Zuku, what am I going to do with you? Ojiro sighed as he put his head in his hands. Let me handle my daily torment myself. Izuku questioned with hesitation. Nice try, Zuku. But if things get too out of hand, I will have to step in. I'm sorry, but as your friend, it is my duty to be there for you. You know, offering help even when it's not asked for is very heroic. You'll probably make a great hero when you get into UA. Izuku points out while also trying to change the subject. I hope we both get in. I don't know what will happen if only one of us gets in. Yeah, well, if only one of us gets in, then it better be you, Mashi. 1. I could say the same about you. You've got more drive and passion than anyone I know. But that exam is months away, so let's focus on the now. Like our taekwondo and stick fighting classes we have later today. Ojiro sighed. One of the workers showed up with their order. It was a busy day, so they just decided to bring the orders to customers so there isn't a giant line at the pickup counter. The boys both thanked the worker and went on to talk while they ate, still not noticing Yamada or Aizawa. Though in Izuku's defense, it was awfully crowded today, so he couldn't really be blamed for not seeing them even if they were at the table next to them. Eventually, it was time to head off to the dojo, and the boys left. With Aizawa and Yamada before the boys entered the cafe, how do you think that kid Yagi is trying to mentor is doing? Yamada pondered out loud. 2. Probably still trying to do everything himself to prove he is just as good as anyone else, despite being quirkless. Honestly, I too wouldn't want Yagi's help. Aizawa deadpanned. 2. Shoyuta, that's a little rough, don't you think? Hisashi, he's so reckless, I don't even know why Nizu hired him to teach a class of heroics. He doesn't even have the skills of a teacher. The last thing we need is another group of reckless heroes. 4. But you have to admit, if anyone can inspire those kids, it's him. I'll give him that. Aizawa sighed as he sipped his coffee. Nope. No, enough. Not touching that discussion, not even with a 39.5-foot pole. Came from the front door, causing the two to glance over there. "Geez, how about PresentMic versus Dash?" responded the green-haired boy that All Might wouldn't stop trying to help. The two heroes went to sip on their coffee when they heard the tail boy's next response. He would win. Unless it's Eraserhead, then he'd have like a 50% chance of winning. Aizawa and Yamada both choked on their coffees. You didn't let me finish. But I guess you're right. He gives off that inner intelligence vibe. You can see it in any fight he is in really. Just watch a video of him fighting a villain and you can see that gleam in his eye. It's as if he's calculating 1,000 different ways to respond a second. Though him winning against Eraserhead would have to be on certain circumstances. Like who acted first? Did one sneak upon the other? Did he prepare for erasure, which he probably would? As well as if Eraserhead could erase or somehow stop his quirk before he can use it. Then we factor in how serious they both are in the fight and how far they are willing to go. PresentMic's quirk could easily be the most powerful quirk after all. So really, PresentMic would probably win. "This kid is a little too perceptive," Yamada whispered to Aizawa. "Well, if he gets in, then we'll have a smart kid for once to teach." Aizawa muttered. Wow, you really are a walking hero encyclopedia." "That's an accurate way of putting it," Yamada muttered. "Hey. 2. Oh come on, Zuku. I'm just teasing you." I know it's just that most people pick on me for that, so I think it's awesome how on point you are. I mean, you probably know more than the hero wiki does." That's not startling at all. Both heroes thought at once. "Correction, I do know more." "Well then, there you have it. You know more about heroes by just watching them fight, might I add, than pretty much anyone else on Earth. I wouldn't go that far. I'm serious. You're amazing at remembering stuff. That's great for being a hero. Imagine how easy it would be to defeat a villain if a hero can figure out quirks like you do." "Mashi." The boys then proceeded to order their stuff. "I wonder what would happen if he met Nizu." Aizawa mused. 24. Shoyuta, let's not think of that. Nizu would so take advantage of the boy's knowledge if he knew. Yamada responded as he shivered. 26. The boys ended up sitting at the table next to him, not even noticing them. They went on to converse about note-taking, till the blonde brought up a topic that garnered interest. "Zuku, you know what I mean. When will you stand up to Bakugou and his lackeys? When it's still just using you a test dummy for their quirks, or when you end up in a hospital?" 1. Again Yamada choked on his coffee. 2. It won't get that bad. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Kakin is just trying to prove he's the best, and he's right. He's so cool and I'm going to stop you right there. He is a bully. Not a friend or someone looking out for you, but a spiteful, prideful, self-centered JRK who takes pleasure in putting others down. There's no twist or different take you can put on this Zuku. He's just a hateful person whom is pissed off because despite you not having a quirk, you've already proven to be better hero material than him. It's killing his ego and he doesn't like it. Let's not forget he told you to take a swine dive and hope you'll get a quirk in the next life. Like, if that isn't cutting it close to too far, then what is? No, Kakin just doesn't want me to get myself hurt. He didn't really want me to kill myself. He's trying to scare me into giving up on my dreams, and he's just going about it with the wrong approach. I look up to him and I just can't stop. He really is amazing, you know. Aizawa was starting to wonder just how bad this boy's admiration for his bully went. 6. Zuku, what am I going to do with you? Let me handle my daily torment myself. Nice try, Zuku, but if things get too out of hand, I will have to step in. I'm sorry, but as your friend, it is my duty to be there for you. You know, offering help even when it's not asked for is very heroic. You'll probably make a great hero when you get into UA. Did he just paraphrase Yagi? Aizawa whispered to Yamada. Yes, I think he sort of did. Yamada laughed. I hope we both get in. I don't know what will happen if only one of us gets in. Yeah, well, if only one of us gets in, then it better be you, Mashi. I could say the same about you. You've got more drive and passion than anyone I know. But that exam is months away, so let's focus on the now. Like our taekwondo and stick fighting classes we have later today. Never thought I'd hear someone hope someone other than them would get into UA. 𝗬𝗲 amused. Yeah, makes you wish our current students were like that, 𝗎𝗪𝘅𝗧. It would be nice to see a batch of non-self-centered kids. Izuku sighed. 8 skipped to after classes. Izuku had just exited the dojo and had decided he would skip going to the cafe tonight. He wanted to go to bed earlier so he could get to the beach earlier tomorrow. Though that meant he had to walk home alone in the dark. 𝗎𝗪𝘀 offered to walk him home, but Izuku refused his offer, stating 𝗎𝗪𝘀 would be wasting his cafe time if he did that. Izuku also felt as if he needed to walk alone to prove he can handle himself, not that he told 𝗎𝗪𝘀 this. 𝗎𝗪𝘀 would have lectured him on how friends are there to help and would have refused to leave him alone. Izuku also liked the calm feeling he got when he was alone in the quiet night. He could sort through all his thoughts without any interruptions. For like right now, he was processing this past week and what all happened. It was around a minute into his walk that he stopped walking for a second as he realized something. They were debating whether Eraserhead or PresentMic would win, near the 2 pro heroes. How embarrassing. Izuku was so going to die of embarrassment. He was supposed to be very perceptive with his analytic skills. How did he not notice them? Did they overhear their discussion? They did, didn't they? Of course they did. They do get sort of loud when having those hero versus hero talks on. No, they heard the talk about Izuku's bully, didn't they? Just what he needed, another reason for people to think less of him. But would they think he's weak for not wanting to fight back? He hoped it wouldn't make him look weak to them. That would be terrible. Izuku was snapped from his thoughts as he heard an alarm go off and saw a man in all black running off with a bag of electronics. The store owner was yelling about being robbed. Yet no one showed up to save the day. Then again, this was an area heroes didn't really patrol, so why is he so surprised? Perhaps actually seeing no heroes around was a wake-up call. He knew they didn't patrol here, yet it wasn't till he saw it with his own eyes that he realized the severity of it. No heroes around meant more crime. It was sort of scary knowing that there was no hero to save him if he were to get into trouble. Sure, Eraserhead patrolled here, but that was like around midnight. Who was there to save them in the night? Even with Eraserhead patrolling here late at night, there was only so much one hero could do. Who else was there to defend them? Izuku remembered what he told 𝗎𝗪𝘀 earlier today. You know, offering help even when it's not asked for is very heroic. He was paraphrasing All Might when he said that, but that's not important right now. After all, he just realized that by getting involved himself, he'd be doing something heroic for the people here. Sure, it might be illegal, but a hero's got to start somewhere, right? Yes, that's it. He'd become a vigilante to help the area since no one else would help. There was no use in changing his mind. His hero complex was demanding him to help. And help he would give. Starting tomorrow, Verde would show the people that they had someone to depend on. It's Sunday morning, well afternoon, and Izuku is out cold. He had woken up at 8:21 a.m. but decided to go back to sleep so he would be well rested for his debut. Sadly, he had forgotten to inform 𝗎𝗪𝘀 about this, so now 𝗎𝗪𝘀 finds himself in Izuku's room, trying to decide if waking up Izuku is worth the trouble. After a few minutes of considering the pros and cons, 𝗎𝗪𝘀 decided to yank him off the bed. Naturally, Izuku was thrilled at being jolted awake. 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku sputtered as he rubbed his head and sat up in a more comfortable position. It's 12:32 Izuku. 𝗎𝗪𝘀 deadpanned as he stared down at his friend. And I was sleeping. Izuku whined. It's past noon, and you never showed up to the cafe. I got curious about what could have led to that. I didn't know if you were sick or never made it home last night. You never did text me when you got home, you know. Sorry, I just really felt like sleeping in. I sort of have a late night of training to do. Training? 𝗎𝗪𝘀 questioned. Yeah, training. I'm gonna try to practice my running and jumping over obstacles a bit. Parkour. At night. Be careful, you might get confused for a vigilante if you go jumping from building to building. 10. Vigilante. I hope not. I'm just going to go around the streets and jump over anything in my way, nothing that could get me in trouble. Izuku panically explained with wide eyes as he jumped up and waved his arms frantically. 𝗎𝗪𝘀 eyed his friend as if analyzing him, then let out a sigh. I suppose you want to do this training by yourself, huh? Yeah, I mean, I love training with you, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. I really do, but parkour training is easier to do when you're by yourself. What? It's fine, I understand. Just give me a heads up when you plan on not showing up to places you usually do. It wouldn't do me well to let my imagination run wild on where you could be. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 sighed. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, what do you want to do now that I'm awake? Izuku said, trying to change the topic. Just hang out, I guess, seeing you're probably conserving energy for tonight. Maybe at the cafe. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 hesitantly suggested. Sure. Let's do that. Izuku's stomach rumbles, causing Izuku to grimace. I should eat something. They headed off to the cafe. Apparently, Izuku planned to sleep all day and not eat. Doesn't he know you can't do parkour on an empty stomach? 𝗬𝗪𝗀 was not going to let Izuku keep this habit. Well, not if he can help it, that is. Their walk to the cafe was rather quiet, seeing Izuku was still half awake, too tired to actively debate heroes. In fact, he was so tired he was still in his Eraserhead-themed pajamas, a gift from 𝗵𝗃𝗲 a week after they met. Izuku still doesn't know how he found them, and his hair could rival Shino's hair in an anti-gravity hair contest. 24 When they entered the cafe, 𝗬𝗪𝗀 asked, Zuku, what do you want? 4. A peppermint caramel dark chocolate frappuccino, double shot espresso, large. Oh, and 2 dorayakis. Izuku said with a yawn as he headed over to a table. And yes, tired hobo-looking Aizawa was at a nearby table. 3. Okay then. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 turns to face the lovely lady who always takes the orders. A peppermint caramel dark chocolate frappuccino, double shot espresso, large, along with 2 dorayakis, and 3 manjus. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 then went over to sit down across from Izuku, who had his head resting on the table, using his arms as a pillow. Hey, Zuku. Hey, Zuku. Izuku just groaned in response, whining, No, go away, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, 10 more minutes. You've had like 15 hours of sleep. Quit complaining. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 laughed. 2, I wanted more sleep. Izuku whined as he looked up to see his smiling friend. It's not funny, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, I'm so tired. 6 𝗬𝗪𝗀 just laughs and says, I've never seen this side of you, Zuku. I hope your new exercises don't make you always this whiny dash. Izuku had kicked 𝗬𝗪𝗀 rather hard and had a justified smile on his face when 𝗬𝗪𝗀 winced. Okay, no more teasing. Geez, you're feisty when you're tired. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 groaned. 1, and right I am. Izuku grumbled as he put his head back down onto the table. You're also apparently lazy when you're tired. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku said as he looked up with a challenging glare. Your hair is defying gravity and you are still in pajamas. 1, I'll change into clothes later. Izuku dismissed. Your hair. Leave it. It might just scare away the bullies. Izuku mumbled, once again dismissing 𝗬𝗪𝗀. I wonder how they would react to you in this mood. They would either beat me to a bloody pulp or just avoid me out of fear I'm possessed. Izuku mused. 1, I'd love to catch that on camera. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 laughed. What? My bullies running away in terror because I'm possessed? That would be amazing. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 sighed. 2, maybe it would scare them straight if they thought I had a spirit with me. Maybe we could make them think they have ghosts after them. Imagine them running away for once. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Izuku said with a wide-eye look and creepy smile, not unlike Aizawa's. 2, okay, we can add fearless and sadistic to the list of characteristics of tired Zuku. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 replied with a wary tone. 10, maybe I'm just tired of people's bullshit, 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄. Tired of being a punching bag. Again, I can deal with them. Don't get yourself in any unnecessary trouble. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 points out. 1 𝗬𝗪𝗀 was called to go pick up their orders, leaving Izuku alone for a minute or two. Izuku knew he wouldn't really act out on his current feelings. Awake him had common sense and logical thinking that would stop him. But tired him was here right now, and he felt like venting his frustrations, even if said frustrations couldn't really be fixed or helped. If only he had a quirk, then he would be accepted. No, Izuku. Don't think that. You're going to be the first quirkless hero 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄. A large drink and a plate of dorayakis are placed in front of him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey, you okay? Ojiro questioned as he sat down with his own food. Izuku took a few sips of his drink, immediately feeling much more awake. Yeah, wow, I feel so much better with this coffee. Sorry for anything 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. I tend to lose all common sense and reasoning when I am tired. It's fine. I found sadistic, 𝗧𝗪𝑑𝑒w hilarious. Ojiro mused. Yeah, but 𝗧𝗪𝗲 might get me killed one day. Izuku sighed as he bit into a dorayaki. Yeah, I guess so, but 𝗧𝗪𝑑𝑒w did have some fine points. Yeah, but anything 𝗧𝗪𝗲 suggested doing would only end up with me in the hospital in a body cast for life. Izuku pointed out. Ouch, it's that bad, huh? Ojiro laughed. Izuku said into his cup, taking another sip. I just realized this is like the 10th time I've seen you in those PJs. So? Izuku questioned as he took another bite of dorayaki. I've only seen you in PJs like 12 times, and I know you have a bunch of pajamas. I thought you would have favored one of the many pairs of All Might PJs you have. Ojiro replied thoughtfully. Just because I wear them a lot, doesn't mean I favor them --. Actually, that's literally the definition of favoring a pair of pajamas. Ojiro deadpanned. I'm not having this discussion this early --. It's 1:23 in the afternoon, Zuku. Ojiro deadpanned. Well, it's early for me. Izuku pouted. How many pairs of pajamas do you own? Izuku just grumbled a response into his drink. What was that? Ojiro asked with a smirk. 22 pairs. Izuku said as he looked down in shame, completely knowing this implied he was a hero otaku. 2. How many of those are All Might themed? Hero themed. 20 of them are All Might themed. Izuku sighed shamefully. Okay, wow. We need to get you some more non-All Might merch. Which hero do you not have PJs of yet? Besides the PresentMic and Eraserhead themed ones I got you. Ojiro inquired. I guess Ingenium PJs. I don't really need any more PJs, Mashi. Izuku replied with slight frustration. If you have mostly All Might ones, then you do. How about some more PresentMic or Eraserhead ones? Speaking of which, where did you find these PJs? Izuku asked with sudden interest. I waited in a line for 2 days at this old rundown shop that sells underground hero merch. 2. Oh, that explains why you weren't around for a few days. Also, where is this shop? Izuku replied, completely dismissing that Ojiro probably went through hell. 1. Oh, you know, down the road from the dojo. Ojiro said with a smile. Wait, you mean that old building that's covered in graffiti? Yep. Ojiro quipped. Wow, well I might go there at some point then. Just get some non-All Might merch, my friend. Ojiro exclaimed dramatically. 2. They continued to talk about merch and heroes until it was 3 p.m. Then Izuku had to go to do some errands. Ojiro decided he should go help his mom out with getting ready for Sunday night classes. Izuku had to buy a simple black cloth mask, a cheap voice modifier that could easily be hidden under the mask, and some green steampunk goggles. He already had a dark green hoodie and some simple sweats at home. He also had a collapsible bow staff he bought a week ago. His outfit was simple, which would help him easily escape should he run into a pro hero aka Eraserhead, since he's the only hero that patrols there, seeing a lot of people wore masks and hoodies in the area. All he would have to do is put his goggles in his pocket to blend in if he was chased by a hero. Though, hopefully he wouldn't have to escape. Thankfully he found what he needed by the time it reached 5 p.m. and quickly made his way home to catch some more rest before he goes out to patrol at 9 p.m. Side note, did you know it's dark outside around 5 p.m. in Japan? Crazy. Might use that in future chapters now. Edit. Wow, sleep-deprived me is stupid. Izuku had told his mom he planned on jogging at night, which made her worry a bit, but he assured her that he knew enough self-defense to fight off any trouble he should run into. Around 8 he got up to eat and get dressed. Of course, he hid the goggles, mask, and voice modifier from his mom. There's no telling what she would ask him if she saw those. The voice modifier was actually smaller than he was expecting, which was amazing. It was a small, flat mic that he could attach to his mask, and it had a 10-hour battery life before it needed to be charged. Though, he did end up spending most of his allowance on it. 18 His dark green hoodie was pulled over his head, and his green sweats were tight, but also loose enough so he could jump and run around easily. He also wore some green shoes he had collecting dust in his closet. Since he never wore them, they would be perfect for him to wear in his vigilante form. His mask, with the voice modifier in it, was safely pulled down and hidden under his hoodie. His goggles were in his hoodie pocket, where no one could see them. His bow staff was attached to his back under his hoodie with the scabbard he got for it. If anyone asked him why he was wielding one, he could say he was practicing his grip on it for his stick fighting class. Besides, it wasn't illegal to wield one in public. Okay, bye mom. See you later. Izuku called as he headed out the door. He would be patrolling the area near the dojo, just like he had planned after seeing just how bad it was down there. He tried not to feel bad that he was being thankful for there being no heroes that patrolled there, well besides Eraserhead later into the night. That meant he could help people without getting in trouble for vigilantism. Plus, the cops don't really do much unless a robbery or murder happens. Then there was the fact that the citizens actually have been known to support vigilantes since they were there to help when no one else would. Though sadly the two that used to patrol here were arrested a year ago after being caught by two pro heroes. Apparently, 𝗵𝗃 has decided to patrol with Eraserhead that night and he wanted to catch them since they were just as bad as villains in a sense. Eraserhead didn't really want to, but 𝗵𝗃 was there and he didn't feel like arguing with him. So that night he lost two people who made his patrols slightly easier. Never again would he allow someone to patrol with him. 3 Izuku, however, had no idea that Eraserhead wasn't out to arrest every single vigilante he saw, and he was going to be careful. As far as he knew, Eraserhead was a pro and it was his job to catch people like him. Also, he was absolutely terrified of the thought of running into the underground hero. Eraserhead was an amazing fighter and he was smart. Izuku did not want to get into a fight he would most certainly lose. Not to mention his quirk would let him know he was quirkless the moment he used it. Like that wouldn't be a major help in identifying him. He would just have to get a hold of some dirt or smoke bomb to keep Eraserhead from using his quirk on him. Yeah, that was it. He would have to get a small bag and fill it with sand from the beach. 6 Izuku pulled his mask up and put his goggles on, now that he had reached the area. Though he had no idea where to start. He knew he needed to stay near the buildings where he could easily duck into an ally if he saw police. No need to draw any unwanted attention to himself, right? Though it was also due to the fact that most crimes might be committed in alleyways, and he would need to stop them as soon as possible. Speaking of crimes in alleyways, Izuku could hear a faint cry for help. He quickened his pace to a run and quickly turned into the alleyway. He found a woman surrounded by 3 men. 2 of them were holding her down, as the third was advancing on her. Izuku quickly pulled out his staff and expanded it, then ran towards the third guy, knocking him out with a hit to the head. The other 2 men let go of the woman and went after Izuku. One had a rope quirk and the other had a chloroform quirk. Perfect quirks for attacking women in the night. For Izuku jumped back and swung his staff to knock Rope Man off his feet, much like Ojiro does to him a lot in stick fighting class. He then grabbed the chloroform-powered fist that was coming at him and flipped the man over him. As the rope man got up, Izuku quickly whacked him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Izuku then spun around to kick the chloroform man in the gut, following with a hit from his staff. Izuku collapsed his staff and put it back up. He then turned to the woman. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Izuku asked. His voice came out distorted, sounding a lot like a Batman voice. 6 The lady slowly calmed down after realizing she was no longer in danger and replied, "Why yeah, thanks for that. Or you're definitely not a pro hero." Izuku then realized just who he saved. Granted she was in civvies, so he didn't immediately recognize her. But the green-haired lady in front of him was none other than the smile hero, Ms. Joke. Wait, why didn't she use her quirk on them? Was it something to do with the third guy's quirk? Izuku realized he never actually responded, so he quickly let out, Verde. 5 You knew at the vigilante thing, kid. Because it took you a while to say your name, and everyone knows there aren't any current vigilantes around here. How did she know he was a kid? His voice modifier should have helped hide his age. "Look, kid, seeing you didn't use a quirk and just saved me, I won't arrest ya." Technically what you did was self-defense, you know, so I can't arrest you anyways. She wasn't wrong. If a citizen was to come across another who was in trouble, they could help them out under the self-defense clauses. Also, smart move sneaking up on the guy with the fear quirk. If he saw you, he would have caused you to be paralyzed with fear. I know you probably didn't know his quirk, but you were being careful. Actually, my feet sort of moved on their own, I just kind of lost it after seeing 3 men ganging upon a lady, Izuku replied sheepishly. Well, it's nice to see that at least some people have respect for women. There had to be at least 10 other people around, yet only you came to stop it. Yeah, well, folks around here are sort of used to all the screaming and shouting. They tend to avoid trouble nowadays, especially seeing no heroes really patrol around here, well except for Eraserhead, but he's only out late at night. Eraser patrols here. I must give him a surprise visit. Wait, you know of him? Guess all that avoiding the media wasn't as successful as he thought. For, there's literally a whole fan website dedicated to him with tapes of him fighting and fan-made merch. They sell PJs of him at this underground hero merch store a few streets away. Also, he's the only help this area gets, so a lot of people here know of him. Kind of hard not to know who the only hero in the area is. PJs, huh? Now that might stir a reaction out of him if I buy some. Well, kid, nice of you to save me, and as much as I would love to run into you again, it's best if I don't, seeing you're a vigilante and I'm a hero. Although, personally, I might let ya get away seeing Eraser needs as much help as he can get here. Also, Eraser might not like that a kid is running around playing hero, so you might want to avoid him. Although you might want to run off since I do need to call in a report about this. Meaning, the police will know I was saved by some random person on the streets. Though I doubt they will go after ya seeing you didn't break any laws. Izuku nodded and ran off, hoping to find someone else to save, preferably a non-hero. A little while later, he was nearing the street the dojo was on when he heard a grunt of pain. He slowly made his way into the alleyway that led to another street. He hid behind the dumpster that was luckily nearby and assessed the situation. Not even 2 yards away, a man with what appeared to be a transformation quirk was hitting on Mashi. The man looked like he was covered in brass, no made of brass. His quirk must allow him to change his body's composition. Izuku slowly drew out his staff and extended it. He then looked around and saw that he was near a fire escape ladder and climbed it. It was dark enough that he wouldn't be seen. When he reached the top of the 2-story building's fire escape, he leaped over the rail with his staff positioned to strike the man below him. The man was down almost instantly. He then helped Ojiro up, who could barely stand after taking so many hits. You okay? Ojiro didn't know what to make of this situation. He had been walking towards home after staying back at the dojo to help his mother out with some things. His mom was to stay there till midnight, but he needed to get home and go to bed due to it being a school night. It wasn't that late, but it was a little past 10. Yet not even 5 minutes later he was pulled into an alleyway and was demanded to give up his wallet. He didn't have his wallet, he had left it with his mom. Safe to say, the crook wasn't pleased. So he found himself being pummeled into repeatedly by a man who turned himself into brass. While he could fight really well, he was no match for this guy. He was thinking about how Izuku would love to analyze this guy's quirk when a figure clothed in green fell out of the sky and knocked out the crook. He definitely didn't expect the person, who must be a vigilante, to ask him if he was okay. Yet here he was, being asked if he was okay, by a vigilante no less. What? Thanks. Ojiro replied, not sure how to respond. No problem, sir, though you should probably call the police to report the attack. Izuku responded, remembering that Ms. Joke had said something about reports on incidents needing to be called in. Oh wow, his voice was ominous. Yet it was also sort of comforting in a way. As if he was there to kick the butt of criminals and save the lives of others. Like he could kill you in a blink of an eye but would rather help you cross the street. Ojiro then realized he never asked him who he was. 2. Who are you? Oh, I'm Verde, the new vigilante of this area, seeing you guys need some help. The help is much appreciated, though you should be careful. A pro hero does patrol here dash. Yeah, I know. But he doesn't come out for another few hours. You seem to know your stuff. Well, I am a fan of heroes, so it would make sense that I would know their patrol patterns. Besides, it's common knowledge that the only pro that comes around here comes out around midnight. Are you going to be okay? 2. Why yeah, though I might just head back to my mother's dojo seeing I am not ready to walk alone again. You want me to watch from the shadows for any more attackers? No thanks, the dojo is just around the corner so I'll be fine. Well, then good night citizen and be safe. Izuku responded as he bowed then ran off to who knows where. Ojiro sighed and glanced at the unconscious guy near him. He pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello. I'd like to report an attack. No, I'm fine. No, I didn't use my quirk to fight back. Well, you see, I was saved by this guy in green. What? He didn't hurt me, he actually helped me after he knocked out the guy that was pummeling me. I'm in an alleyway next to the Almer Street abandoned apartments. Sure, I'll stand near the edge. Okay, bye. Ojiro then dialed his mom to tell her what happened. After that, he decided to sit down and think about what happened. He was saved by a vigilante. A vigilante. This was so surreal. Like out of a movie. Well, at least he would have something to share with Izuku when they met at the dojo tomorrow night. Though the vigilante's love for heroes seemed to remind him of Izuku and him would get along. Though for now, he needed to focus on the present. Like the approaching police cars. And Eraserhead who apparently is out early tonight. He silently hoped for Verde to not be found. 6 Eventually, they left after Eraserhead and the cops asked him about the vigilante. I took them an hour to leave him. It was 11:23 and he really needed to get home. Thankfully his mom had shown up about 10 minutes after the police. Time skipped to next day. Izuku had made it through another day of school, and was on his way to the dojo seeing he was finished with his homework and wanted to get to the dojo early to check on Mashi. When he entered the dojo, Ojiro immediately ran over to him, well limped since he was injured enough apparently to need crutches. 3 Mashi. What happened? I was jumped by this guy with a metal quirk when this guy jumped out of nowhere. I swear he fell from the freaking sky and knocked him out. He then asked me if I was okay before he left. I was saved by a vigilante. A freaking vigilante, Izuku. Although I hope Verde, that's his name, got away safely. Eraserhead had shown up with the police. I thought he patrolled around midnight. Izuku questioned. So did I. But apparently he was out earlier. Something about being in the area after checking on a separate incident. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 must have been the reason he was out. Did she call him? The fact he checked up on her proves they are friends, not that her calling him Eraser and talking about him didn't already clue him in on that friendship. But still he could have been caught. 2. Oh, Izuku said. Yeah, anyways, the dojo classes have been cancelled for today due to last night's events, so we can head over to the cafe. Ojiro replied, changing the subject. Oh, how long will you need the crutches? Oh, till Friday. I don't necessarily need them, but it is hard to walk right now so I am gonna use them. They headed over to the cafe, in complete silence. Neither had anything they wanted to talk about after all. They eventually made it to the cafe and they ordered a dozen manjus. They then went to sit down at a table which happened to be near Eraserhead and a green-haired lady. Wait, that's 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀. Izuku was hoping that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 wouldn't somehow figure out he was Verde, despite how illogical that fear was. The 2 pro-heroes were whispering but Izuku could pick up what they were saying if he tried to. Though it was harder seeing he was extremely tired from staying up all night. Honestly, I don't mind the vigilante. He did save me last night, so it's hard to complain. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 laughed. You seem very defensive of him. Is he a kid? Aizawa inquired. How would I know? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 responded nervously. Fukukado, you normally seem to support vigilantes, but you get crazily defensive of the younger ones. All day you have been defending him, so it's only logical to conclude that you know he is a kid. Aizawa, why do you care how old he is? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked with a knowing smile. Because no kid should be out there on the streets fighting. It's dangerous. And he should be in bed if he is a kid, not out there on a school night fighting criminals. 3. Aw, you do care 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃. 1. Not caring, just sensible. Aizawa mumbled. Same difference. 2. She looked over and noticed a boy in a green hoodie looked extremely tired while his friend was scrolling on his phone. The hoodie reminded her of Verde's hoodie in a way. It made her wonder just how many people had that hoodie. "Izuku, you okay? You look dead, my friend." Ojiro said, "I'm fine, just tired." "That's what you get for training all night, you moron." Ojiro scolded. "Hey, I got like 4 hours of sleep, so leave me alone." Izuku whined. "When did you go to bed?" "Yoin, around 11:30. I got up at 4 to clean the beach as well." "Maybe you should skip Monday morning cleaning if you are going to spend Sunday nights training," Ojiro suggested. "That sounds fair. Hey, you be safe out there, okay? I was attacked and it can happen to anyone." Ojiro said seriously. "Want me to carry my practice bow staff? Is that legal to do?" Ojiro laughed. "Yeah, it is actually. Seeing a lot of people can't use their quirks to defend themselves, they tend to rely on things like pepper spray, tasers, or a bow staff. It's something that like 1/10 of the area owns." "Oh cool. I might need to do that as well." "Well, those crutches could knock someone out as well," Izuku laughed. "Wait. Like someone decides to attack the guy on crutches only to get the wind knocked out of him. Can't imagine how much it would hurt to be hit by crutches." Ojiro laughed. "For a few months ago someone tried to mug a guy on crutches, and the guy fought back. He ended up needing stitches on his head." Ouch, that sounds painful," Ojiro mused. Ms. Joke was taking note of this conversation, already noticing some strange things. First, he wore a green hoodie. Second, he was out late. Thirdly, he was talking about owning a bow staff. Plus, he looked startled when he first saw her. Yes, she noticed that. Aizawa didn't even think of the boy being Verde. Honestly, at this point, he just wrote it off as the boy's usual shenanigans. However, Ms. Joke was already putting the pieces together, and when she did, she had to stop herself from grinning. Verde was a table away from her. 6. "Hey Izuku, when we become heroes, what exactly will you call yourself?" "Huh. Well, how about the quirkless hero, Midori? It's part of your last name and it means green, which is like a major characteristic of yours." Ms. Joke almost choked on her coffee when she heard that. Verde meant green as well. Wow, he wasn't even trying to conceal his identity, or was he doing it on purpose to be in plain sight when more heroes come after him? Then being quirkless. That was what really helped him keep his identity a secret. Nonetheless, she was going to stay quiet. She knew sooner or later Eraser would go after him, and knew it would be great to see what the boy does. Especially if he gets into you. Everyone wants to go to you, since she knew he would most likely get Eraser as his homeroom teacher. It was way better than watching TV. She was rooting for the boy as well. And if he did get caught, he really couldn't get into trouble considering he is quirkless. A vigilante is someone who illegally uses their quirk to save the day or fight. What he was doing could easily fall under the self-defense clauses. 2. Yeah, thanks Mashi. Izuku sighed. Ms. Joke was going to have a blast watching this fold out. It's been a month since that vigilante Verde showed up. The kid got talent, not going to lie, but that doesn't mean he should be off in the streets at night putting himself in danger. It's reckless and bound to get him harmed or killed. He sort of reminds me of a certain vigilante from the Naruhodo vigilantes. Thankfully, it's unlikely they'll run into each other. Their willingness to help combined would only spell trouble, and I really don't feel like dealing with that. Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed at this point that Verde has managed to avoid all my attempts to capture him. He's proving to be quite the problem child. I still remember the first time I met him. It was the Friday night after he first showed up, and I had run into him by complete incident. For I was running from rooftop to rooftop trying to see if there was any trouble I could fix. Hopefully, there isn't. Thanks to pressing concerns of a vigilante and increasing crime rate, my patrol shift has been changed to start at 8 and end at 12. Apparently, the agency thought I needed more sleep due to my day job. Not that I would get much sleep seeing I have to be at the high school around 7 a.m. But sleep is sleep, I suppose. A crash from an alleyway a block away caught my attention. Sighing, I increased my pace to get there to investigate. Of course, it wasn't going to be a quiet night. Those nights don't seem to exist anymore here. As I drew near the alleyway, I could hear grunts of pain and faint sounds of fighting. You should have stayed out of our business, Pipsqueak. Now you're really gonna get it. Firstly, rude. Secondly, a hero is one who butts in others' problems and business, so I'm going to stop you guys and your trafficking ring. 3. Okay, well, Emmy wasn't kidding, that does sound like a Batman voice. That must be the vigilante Verde. I peered down into the alley and saw a few goons knocked out and a buffed-up guy with what seemed to be a strength enhancement quirk trying to squash a short man or boy in green. Keyword trying. The short figure kept dodging and swiping at the buff thug with what appeared to be a bow staff. After about 2 minutes of watching them fight, the green figure rolled under the thug and jumped up to swipe at the thug's head with the staff. The thug went down like a sack of bricks. Seeing the vigilante was distracted, I quietly swooped down and sent my scarf after him, only for him to dodge it and quickly move back a few feet while facing me. I went to activate Erasure, only to have sand thrown into my face, blocking my vision. Where did he even get the sand from? 8. As much as I'd just love to be caught Eraserhead, I've got a jet. 2. I took off after the sound of his voice, but by the time I got out of the alley, he was gone. 𝗵𝗃, that kid is faster than he looks. If it wasn't for the fact he had the attitude of a child and Emmy told me he was a kid, I'd think he was a short young man in his 20s or 30s. I need to catch this child before he gets himself killed. Vigilantism is no place for a child. 2. A sound that went off to the left of the 2-story building I'm perched on snapped me out of my thoughts. Shaking my head, I went to check it out, no doubt expecting it to be Verde related. Perhaps I could bring him in this time if I can get to him before he can pull off one of his stunts, that is. Peering down into the alley that the noise came from, I find Verde surrounded by 8 thugs, all who seem to have weapon-themed quirks. 4 of them had sword or knife quirks, 2 had gun-related quirks, and the last 2 had mace-themed quirks. A woman and 2 teenaged girls were off to the side, in rags with broken shackles on their wrists and ankles. Oh God, what has 𝗵𝗃𝗃 gotten himself into this time? So you like to prey on women? Verde remarked as he spun his bow staff around, likely waiting for them to make the first move. Of course, he's going to antagonize them, why wouldn't he? I should probably intervene soon, preferably before anyone gets hurt. 1. You little runt. You think you can stop us? Well, guess we ought to teach you a lesson then, 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗍, said the supposed leader, who had a mace quirk. 1. Verde twirled his bow staff, no doubt grinning under that mask of his, and replied, "Bring it on, beaches." I originally had him call them sleazebags, but my brother told me to say beaches instead. XD. Okay, now he's just asking to get killed. I shake my head with a sigh. Looks like I'm going to have to save him before I catch him again. Verde seems to have a tendency to bite off more than he can chew. And now, once again, I not only have to save him but try to capture him. Which is hard since I have to stay in the area to report the incident. The boss went to hit him with his mace hand, only for Verde to duck down then swing his staff under him, straight into the crook's pages. Needless to say, he was out of commission. The other mace thug and the gun thugs charged at him, while Verde quickly jumped up and drop-kicked the mace guy, quickly positioning himself to land on a handstand. How that is possible, I honestly don't know. Soon as he landed on his hands, he pushed himself off the ground to land his feet roughly on gun thug number 1, which caused him to fall into the other gun thug. Izuku quickly pushed himself off the 2 thugs and twirled his staff as he looked back and forth at the last 4 thugs who wearily approached him. 10. He cockily yelled, "Alright, who's next?" 2. The 4 thugs rushed him, only for Verde to duck a little and swing his staff, getting all the thugs on their heads. All of this took only a minute. A minute. To think I thought he needed help. Verde walked to the frightened woman and teenagers, asking them if they were okay. I took this as my cue to drop in. "Verde." I greeted him as I held my capture weapon, ready to use it. "Oh, hello Eraserhead. I'd love to chat but I've got to go. Maybe you could help these ladies out and call in the incident." 𝗵𝗃𝗃. He knows I can't go after him till after I file a report. By the time I'm done, he'll be long gone. At this rate, as much as I'd hate to admit it, I might need help. 2 times skip to next day. It's Saturday afternoon and I'm at the cafe about to do something most people would think is crazy. I'm going to ask PresentMic to help capture Verde. Although, he is the best person I can ask to help. He may be loud, but he can be stealthy if he wants to, and his quick thinking and calculating mind would be a very good help in capturing Verde. So here I am, waiting for Hizashi to arrive, thinking of how I am going to ask him to help me. Speak of the devil, he just walked in. 2. Sushoyuda, what did you want to talk about? Hizashi asked as he sat down across from me. I leaned in, handing him one of the coffees I ordered earlier, and said in a low voice, you know how I am trying to catch that vigilante Verde. You mean that green kid who always seems to one-up you? Hizashi whispered. 9? Yeah, that problem child. He seems to get himself into life or death situations all the time with his cocky attitude. If he isn't taken off the streets, he is bound to get himself hurt or killed. Although, it's come to my attention that it's going to take more than one pro to catch him. 1. So you're asking me to help you in capturing the youngster? Hizashi mused. That's the gist of it. Okay, I'll help you catch the little listener. Besides, I've kind of wanted to see what he looks like after Fukukado went on and on about how precious he is. 6. We're trying to catch him, not fawn over his adorableness, Hizashi. Seriously though, how cute is he? He's like a short cinnamon bun who has a death wish. See? I held up my phone and showed him a close-up photo of Verde I managed to get a week ago when he was fighting a purse snatcher. 3. You're right, he does need to be taken off the streets. He's too young looking. How old is he? He can't be over 15. My guess is somewhere between 12 and 15. Aizawa sighed. Why is someone his age even doing this? You don't think he's one of those children who are pressured into giving up their dreams of being a hero due to the nature of their quirk? 7. Maybe so, maybe not. All I know is that he might have a quick thinking or analysis quirk based on how he fights. 4. Or maybe he's just smart and has good reflexes. For all we know, he hasn't even used his quirk yet. Have you tried using erasure on him? Hizashi asked as he took a sip of coffee. Actually, it seems as if every time I even think of using it, he's already throwing sand at me to block my vision. So perhaps mind reading. No, that wouldn't add up if he couldn't hear you coming. Then maybe he's really good at reading people and predicting their moves. Hizashi inquired. Maybe, I'm still trying to figure him out. He's more frustrating than the crawler really. Aizawa sighed. 14. So he likes to help out no matter the repercussions. I mean, that is what crawler does that seems to annoy you, so does Verde do that as well? Yes, he does seem to have a heroic sensibility to him that is worse than Yagi's. Yikes. Hizashi whistled. Yeah, he can be pretty reckless, but he does seem to handle himself well, so I'll give him that. Did I just hear that right? Did Shoyuda Aizawa just praise someone? As much as I hate praising a vigilante, he does seem to have more potential than all the students I was given this year. What? You want a class of Verdes next year? Hizashi laughed. 1. I said he has potential. I did not say that I want to have to put up with him even more than I already do. 12. Hizashi just laughed. 2. Back to our normal third person. Izuku was sitting in the cafe, a few tables away from the dead-tired pro hero and his very energetic friend. Izuku felt bad that Eraserhead was suffering, seeing it was probably his fault. Eraserhead was probably getting tired of dealing with him. However, fleeing from Eraserhead is just so much fun. Man, Izuku thought fighting crime was going to be the highlight of being Verde, but nope. Apparently annoying and outwitting Eraserhead was the true highlight of his late-night adventures. After his first night of being Verde, he realized he might want to wear some gloves to protect his hands and to not leave any DNA evidence of him being Verde. He got some green gloves, similar to the type of gloves Canon Izuku wears. 9. The two pros were so quiet, Izuku sadly couldn't eavesdrop. Not that Izuku was worried, after all, it was probably something confidential. But Ojiro had to help his mom out with fixing the dojo since a villain fight occurred near it the other day. The windows were still broken and wouldn't be fixed until next weekend. For now, they were boarded up. However, the inside of the place was wrecked, and Ojiro had been working on cleaning it up for about 4 days now. Classes were closed till the dojo was fixed. Well, Izuku could just practice by himself till then. Izuku shook his head and glanced over at the heroes to see PresentMic laughing at something while Eraserhead had a scowl on his face. Wonder what he's laughing at. Izuku's phone alarm went off, signaling it was 4:30 p.m. and time to head home to sleep a bit before tonight's patrol. Izuku got up and left the cafe, already pumped up for tonight's patrol. And boy was he in for a surprise. 2. It was starting to get dark outside, and the sun would be down around 5. Izuku started into a run, wanting to get home as soon as possible. The more sleep he got, the better. Not that many people were about, and of the few that were out, none of them were from his school. Thank God. Izuku was not in the mood for any bullying at the moment. Eventually, he got home and into bed without much of a problem. And soon enough he was getting up, it being 8 o'clock. He got up and ran to the kitchen to eat dinner, then got into his outfit. About 2 weeks ago, Midoriya had added a green utility belt which he surprisingly found on the beach within the garbage and rubble, so he could have a better place to store his staff and sand. Anyhow, the belt had 6 pouches and a place to hold a weapon, such as a sword or baton or in his case, his bow staff. The 2 pouches that didn't hold the sand held a cheap taser and pepper spray. The taser was another thing he had found when cleaning the beach. Can you believe it only needed a new battery? The pepper spray was something his mom got him due to him jogging at night when the crime rate has been increasing. The belt was easily hidden under his hoodie, so he didn't have to worry about it being spotted if he had to pull off his goggles and mask to blend in with the crowd. 5 now decked out in his vigilante outfit, minus the goggles and mask to avoid questions from Mom, he left the house to start his patrol. Just like most nights, it was mainly quiet with 1 or 2 people about every other street. As Verde reached the area, he pulled on his mask and goggles. He was hoping to be able to get stuff done without too much of a hassle, but it seemed most crooks and thugs didn't share this sentiment. Like how he hadn't even been in the area for more than a minute and already he can hear gunshots and screams. Great, it's going to be one of those nights. Let's just hope he can defuse the situation before the law shows up. He hated it when the police showed up. Eraserhead he can escape, a bunch of cops and Eraserhead though. He would most likely be outmatched and overpowered. He can't outrun and dodge a bunch of people who are armed with guns after all. Thankfully police are rarely a problem, seeing Eraserhead like working alone and that the police don't do jack SHT around here unless it's a robbery or murder. However, it isn't just police he is worried about. Sometimes other pros, like the ones who treat vigilantes like villains and basically try to brutally defeat them, will show up. Last thing he needed was Snipe or Endeavor to show up. Well, Snipe might be less violent if he realizes just how short and young Verde is. Endeavor though, he's likely to send Verde to the infirmary with first-degree burns. 54 Verde reached the alley that the commotion was occurring in and peered in. You wouldn't believe his shock when he found 15 thugs armed to the teeth with guns, knives, and other weapons. There seemed to be only one person fighting them. Wait, is that PresentMic leaning against a wall with a gun wound in his side? And Eraserhead fighting them with a stab wound in the gut. Okay Izuku, calm down. Think through this logically. There are 15 men with a ton of weapons and 2 wounded heroes, one of them already out of commission. Pros and cons of jumping in. They could die if I don't, but if I do I risk getting hurt, killed, or caught by the pros if the thugs are defeated. However, PresentMic and Eraserhead need medical attention, and if I don't intervene, Eraserhead might just be defeated and then who knows what they will do to the pros. They could die, be taken off to who knows where, and who knows what else. Guess I have to jump in then. Well, Izuku pulled out his staff. 15 against 1. That's not very fair. Izuku shouted as he ran into the alleyway twirling his staff, drawing the attention of one of the thugs. Huh, trying to play hero. Go home twerp, and leave this to the real men. The thug laughed. Oh, so what? Are you the leader or something? 'Cause I think I'm going to dub you as dipshit. Verde laughed as he whacked him on the head with his staff, causing the thug to drop to the floor. 12 of the thugs changed their focus to Verde, and soon Verde found himself surrounded, not that that mattered. Eraserhead kept quiet, although he did have an annoyed look on his face. Perhaps he was in too much pain to tell Verde off. Come on. 12 against 1. I hope I don't crush your pride when I whoop your asses. Verde said with a cocky tone. One Verde quickly grabbed and threw multiple handfuls of sand, effectively blinding them all for a few moments. Within those few moments, he quickly jumped away from them so he wouldn't get shot. Because let's be honest, people with guns like to shoot crazily when blinded. He then ran around them, effectively knocking them out with a simple hit to the head. He then turned his attention to Eraserhead and the 12 thugs trying to kill the pro. Verde smiled as he picked up an old metallic trash can that so happened to be nearby and threw it into the thugs, knocking 3 of them down. Verde then kicked them in their stomachs and followed with a harsh hit to the head. 3, 7 down, 8 to go, Verde sang as he approached 2 more thugs, taking them down as well. 5 left, 𝗬𝗵𝗵𝗃. See how you like it when we fill you with bullets. Verde just jumped back and picked up the trash can, using it as a shield as well as a weapon. He then ran forward, barreling into 4 thugs as they tried to shot him. Before they could get up, he quickly kicked them all in their heads. 2, 1 left, Verde mused as he looked at the last thug. Eraser took the thug's moment of distraction to swiftly take him out. Then he looked at Verde with a tired and annoyed look. "You trying to get yourself killed, kid?" he sighed. "Hey, I have years of experience of dodging projectiles. Some idiots with guns are not going to faze me. Besides, I couldn't just stand back after I saw what was happening. It was 15 thugs against 1 hero. An injured hero, might I add. You and I both know it most likely wasn't going to end well. Speaking of which, you should probably see a medic or something, cause that wound could get infected or become fatal. And please, don't go chasing after me right now when you've got a hole in you. Like, you and PresentMic need medical attention. Got a jet by?" Verde ran off into the night. Eraserhead sighed in frustration because he knew Verde was right. He had to stay behind to get help for him and PresentMic. If he ran after Verde now, not only could he risk bleeding out from the stress he would be putting on the wound, but PresentMic might die as well. He made his way over to PresentMic, sighing, "Stupid problem child. 2, you're just upset he risked his life to save us." PresentMic laughed while wincing from pain from his spot on the ground. 1 PresentMic actually found it hard to talk much at the moment, and when he did, it hurt like hell. Eraserhead was also in pain, but not as much as PresentMic was in. Eraserhead knelt down to look over PresentMic's wound. He could have been killed. Children shouldn't be running out in front of blazing guns. Izuku griped. He looked like he had a better handle on the situation than we did. "Quit talking, it's obviously hurting you." Plus Eraser stood up and pulled out his phone to report the incident and request medical attention. This was not what he expected when he asked Hizashi to help out. Instead of getting the drop on Verde, they ended up getting saved by him. And worse, Verde now knows that PresentMic is patrolling with him. As if that isn't giving him a heads up on Eraserhead getting help to capture him. This was going to be a long and tiring trek to capture him. Eraserhead just knows it. Izuku smiled triumphantly as he and Ojiro gazed upon the now cleaned beach. It had taken them around 6 months to clean, but it was worth it. Through the months, they noticed that they started to get more trash off the beach within a month throughout their progress. No doubt proof of growth in their stamina, strength, and endurance. 176/220/280/320/360/404. The values of how much was cleaned each month. They also seemed to grow in confidence and courage throughout their training with one another. Ojiro was more open than he was before, and was finally making some new friends at school. Izuku was starting to stand up to his bullies, much to Bakugou's displeasure. But that explosive Pomeranian, because no one cares how he feels. Although, now that the beach was cleaned, what exactly were they to do to keep up their physical strength training? Sure, they could go to a gym to lift weights, but honestly, they didn't want to be around sweaty adults. Then again, Izuku and Ojiro could just buy some weights and general workout equipment to use. At this point, they didn't know for sure what they would do. Well, you got it cleaned within 6 months, impressive. Izuku and Ojiro turned to see Yagi standing at the bottom of the stairs. "Oh hey, Mr. Yagi." Izuku yelled as he ran over to him, Ojiro following from behind. "Midoriya, my boy, you're surely on your way to become a fine hero. Between getting this beach cleaned up and teaching your friend how to improve on his analytical skills, you have definitely proven your worth. And that's not even including trying to save your classmate from the sludge villain." "Huh? Thanks, Mr. Yagi." Izuku beamed. "Hey, Mr. Yagi. Zuku, we should go help Mrs. Naoko with her bake sale." It starts in an hour. One Izuku looked alarmed as he frantically replied, "Oh see, I completely forgot about that. Is it really already 1 p.m.? Sorry Mr. Yagi, but we've got to go. See you later." Both boys picked up their gym bags and ran off towards Izuku's apartment building, where not only he lives but also the sweet old lady a few doors down named Kaya Naoko. Naoko would have bake sales outside the apartment buildings every Saturday. As of 3 weeks ago, the boys had been helping her set up. Naoko was a small, thin, old lady who had the ability to rewind time on an object or person from a second to a day. This was great for undoing a broken window or a broken arm in case one of the kids nearby did something stupid. She could rewind up to 100 times before she reaches her limit. Drawbacks were headaches and a slight change in temper. She could get very moody if she went over 100 rewinds, which would explain why no one dared to mess with her in the afternoons, seeing she usually reached her limit by then. Between all the things that get broken at the apartments and her job as a nurse at the hospital, reaching her limit was rather easy. 18 The boys eventually reached Naoko's apartment and knocked on her door. She immediately opened the door and said, "Ah, Midoriya and Ojiro. Here to help me again. How sweet. I wish the rest of the youth had your kindness and willingness to help others." "Hey Mrs. Naoko," the boys responded. "Well, the tables are by the couch. I'm going to go get the cookies." The boys went over to get the 2 tables and a chair, then left the apartment to go set up the sale out front. Naoko came out a few minutes later with 2 baskets overfilled with cookies. She had many types of cookies, from chocolate to peppermint to even turtle cookies. All of the money earned from selling cookies today would go towards helping get presents for the children in orphanages. As of now, she has earned enough to cover about 54% of the orphans in the general area. About 6,000 orphans. She started the sales a few months ago and believes she can get to where she needs to be within 2 to 3 months. 26 Thanks for the help, boys. "No problem, ma'am." Ojiro responded with a smile. "Yeah, we're just trying to help wherever needed," Izuku said with the biggest smile on his face that somewhat resembles the sun shining bright. "Too bright," Ojiro joked as he dramatically covered his eyes. "Very funny. Anyways, bye Mrs. Naoko." The boys left, going separate ways due to having things to do. Ojiro had to buy some new shoes, seeing his were falling apart. Izuku was just going to walk the long way to the cafe. Who knows, maybe he'll run into someone from school. He wasn't really scared of the bullies anymore and was actually wanting to put a certain someone in their place. About 10 minutes later, the little greenette's wish was granted. Izuku had just passed a convenience store when Bakugou and his lackeys walked out of a store up ahead. Oi Deku. Oh God, it's His Highness. Wonder how he'd react if I didn't cower before his might. Izuku sighed as if the very notion of Bakugou's presence was rather annoying and belittling to him. You looking down on me dash. On the contrary, Bakugou. It's more along the lines of not caring. You're an explosive temperamental teen who is in for a major ego check, and I am just trying to live without being affected by your uppermost need to prove you are better than a nerdy quirkless boy whom you apparently seem to see as a challenge, for whatever bizarre reason. I'm just trying to live, so would you please be so kind and stop being so petty? Thanks. Izuku responded with a slight cocky tone and annoyance clearly on his face. 17. Thank you little dash. Ah, Bakugou. Using your quirk on others, especially in public, can land you in jail. That means no UA. You wouldn't want to ruin your chances of becoming a hero all because of quirk discrimination and illegal quirk usage, now would you? You DMN nerd. You better watch your back. Oh, I will. And don't think for a moment I won't report you if you ever attack me again. After all, heroes don't attack civilians. I'm done with being your punching bag. I'm not your Deku, so stop acting like you have to beat me up to protect me. Deku is gone. Deku is dead, and he isn't coming back. No more of the poor defenseless nerd you seem to take pleasure in beating up. I'm Izuku and I am not afraid to fight back. I will apply to UA, and you can't stop me. As far as I am concerned, we are nothing and you are just another stranger in my eyes. All of you are. Goodbye and good riddance. 33 Izuku watched with a smile as Bakugou and his lackeys marched off. Man, did it feel good to tell him what's what. Izuku moved onward with a pep in his step. He had finally done it. He had stood up to Bakugou. And he didn't call him Kaken. Yeah, Bakugou was probably going to find a way to get back at him, but whatever he did would have to be small enough to not affect his chance of getting into UA. Was someone talking to him? Izuku stopped and looked around. Over here. 11 Izuku looked over to see a purple-headed boy who had the appearance of being done with everything. To be honest, he kind of looked like a purple version of Eraserhead. Not that Izuku would say that out loud. Izuku walked over to the mini Eraserhead who was leaning against the wall of a store. 11, hi. I heard what you said to that loud blonde. It's not every day you see a quirkless stand up to their tormentors. Oh, thanks. People like him with flashy quirks always seem to get things that us weak or villainous quirked, as well as quirkless folks can never get. It's such a shame. Nice to see someone putting them in their place. Quirks can't be good or evil as well as weak or strong. A quirk's strength and morality are only that of its owner. For example, a quirk that attracts small objects might sound weak and heroic, but it can be used for bad as well. Human bones and organs could easily be pulled out of a body with such a quirk, making it strong and evil. Someone could also effectively defuse a bomb from afar or help clean up the rubble from a disaster. No matter the quirk, it can't be only one thing. 11. How about brainwashing? 1. It could be used to stop suicide attempts, hostage situations, panic attacks, a panicked crowd, defeating a group of thugs, and more. Add in a voice changer and you could easily mimic one of their voices to trick the others. It could easily be a heroic quirk. A strong one at that. That's the first time someone hasn't implied I can only be a villain with my quirk. Well, don't listen to them. If you want to be a hero, then go apply to a hero school. What if I fail the entrance exam to UA? Also apply for Gen ED. Students who do well in the sports festival can move up to the heroics class and replace those who are not doing well in the classes. Interesting. Thanks for the feedback. Well, I would recommend training your physical form as well to get a better score on the test. Will do. See you around, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Right, see you Midoriya. Yeah, see you. Shinso. Yeah, see you Shinso. Well, that was weird. Izuku couldn't quite wrap his head around the boy he just met. Shinso seemed to be done with life if his tone was anything to go by. And the way he seemed reluctant to say more than was needed showed just how little he actually socialized. Did he have any friends or was everyone avoiding him for his quirk? Izuku hoped he got into UA. He seemed like a good person and Izuku genuinely believed he deserved to be in heroics. Now that Izuku thought about it, he has seen Shinso at the cafe a few times among the other customers. Guess Shinso was a cat person. 3. The next day, Izuku and Ojiro decided to up their training a bit. Now the beach was clean, they would add more time to training one another. They would practice martial arts for 3 hours and then analyzing for another 3. Which was rather easy seeing they had nothing better to do on Saturdays and Sundays. Well, Ojiro had to practice karate on the weekends, but he managed to convince his mom to let him take his classes right before his evening classes so he could train with Izuku. Seeing he was almost as good as his mother, she happily allowed him to be in a separate class from the others. His classes were also shortened to an hour. He didn't need to do much seeing he was already a 4th-degree black belt in karate. 8. Anyways, as they neared the beach they noticed a purple-haired teen running terribly by the way along the coastline. Izuku immediately recognized him as the dead inside teenager he met yesterday. You know, Shinso. So like any other normal person who sees an acquaintance, he decided to shout. Hey Shinso. The teen in question stumbled and looked behind him to see the 2 teens standing at the stairs. After a minute of staring did he recognize the bush-haired teen he met yesterday. He quickly made his way over. Midoriya. What are you doing here? I train here every day. Do you know who cleaned up this place? It used to be a dump. Oh, that was us. Izuku replied nonchalantly. You guys cleaned this whole place up? Shinso deadpanned. Yeah, it took us 6 months but it was worth it. Did you guys even sleep? Well, yeah, we just spent every free hour we had out here cleaning. Since we both lack a social life, it was rather easy to find time to clean. 10 Wow. Hey Shinso, have you thought of training in fighting skills yet? Not really. I don't think I can afford classes right now. We could teach you dash. Ahem, I could. You are still learning Izuku. Ojiro responded, cutting Izuku off. I'm trying to help out a fellow hero-aspiring teen. Ojiro rolled his eyes and ignored Izuku. I'm a 3rd degree black belt in multiple martial arts. I could help you out. I could help with his analytical skills. Not everyone needs your creepy ability to figure out people by just looking at them. It isn't creepy. It's a great skill to have. To be able to pick apart a quirk and figure out weaknesses by simply observing it being used. I love it. You like to study people? Shinso questioned. Ojiro quickly grabbed a notebook from Izuku's bag and tossed it to Shinso. Sure, let him read it, Izuku. Izuku pouted, seeing he wasn't going to get it back. Shinso flipped through it, looking mildly impressed. This says number 13. Do you really have 13 books? Shinso asked as he glanced up from the notebook at Izuku. Yeah, I kind of had nothing better to do growing up, so I walked around analyzing hero fights instead. 1. You have an analysis of Eraserhead. How many heroes have you analyzed? 1. Too many. Ojiro said as he nudged Izuku. Shut up, Mashi. And yeah, I have a lot of heroes have analyzed. Wait, you know of Eraserhead? Yeah, I mean he is one of the best underground heroes out there. And he occasionally patrols in the area I live in. Though nowadays it's more like once every 3 weeks. 1. Probably due to the vigilante out here. It seems as if the pros might be out to catch Verde. Who? Shinso asked with complete confusion. Verde, a vigilante in the area. He's kind of cool. Ojiro replied with excitement. You just think that because he saved you once. Izuku laughed. Yeah, well, you were saved by All Might once and now you admire him even more so. Anyways, you should look him up, he is rather cool. 5 With that, they continued talking about Verde and training schedules so they could help Shinso out. Then they started to train. Although, eventually it reached 5 p.m. and they had to go home. Shinso didn't have to be home till 11 p.m. so he picked up his backpack and decided to walk around for a bit. Shinso didn't have any particular route to walk, so he walked around aimlessly for a while, just thinking about his day. He liked to walk around the streets since it helped clear his mind. Although, he hasn't been in this area. Maybe he will run into that Verde character Ojiro kept going on about. Though that might take a few hours to happen. Maybe he could get some errands done to pass the time. Shinso decided to do just that. He had to pick up some books to study for an upcoming test after all, as well as buy some coffee. Then there was getting a new uniform since his current one was destroyed by his classmates. Nonetheless, he had plenty to do to pass the time. And time flew by rather fast as he completed his errands. By the time he walked out with his new uniform, it was already 9:45. Did it really take him that long to get everything done? Then again, it was probably due to the multiple coffee stops he made. He was also surprised that he could find his uniform in a store out here. That aside, the vigilante should be out and about now. Wait, why am I trying to run into him anyway? Shinso shook his head with a sigh and stuffed his uniform into his purple backpack. Maybe it was the thought that where Verde was, Eraserhead was sure to follow. Yeah, that had to be it. Without paying much attention due to being lost in thought about Verde and Eraserhead, Shinso walked right past an alleyway only to be dragged in by some thug and held at knife point. Give me all your money, kid. 5 Shinso sighed and replied in the uttermost deadpan voice, I don't have any. As one can imagine, the buff thug didn't take that too well. Don't sass me, you little dash, and he got cut off by a blur of green practically tackling him from above. The blur had swung a staff down as it fell onto the thug, knocking him out. The green guy got up and Shinso realized this green dude must be Verde. Well, that was easier than expected. Shinso thought to himself. Hey, are you alright? You should be careful when walking out here at night. The crime rate has gone up lately and it isn't safe. Best to be aware of your surroundings, or... That voice totally sounded like a Batman voice. Who was this guy? Was he a kid? or an adult. Either way, he was rather short. Oh wait, the vigilante asked him if he was all right. For sure. I'm fine. Shinso deadpanned. God, I sounded like I wanted to die. I hope he doesn't think I am suicidal and try to save me or anything. 2. Well, be safe. I'd love to walk you home to make sure you stay safe, but Eraser is on my tail. And I've got a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 1 and just like that, Verde was gone. And as soon as he ran, Eraserhead showed up. He sighed in annoyance as he realized he just missed the vigilante. Meanwhile, Shino was trying to calm his thoughts because that was the vigilante Verde, and now that he thought about it, he might to stay here a bit to help with a report seeing he was the victim. What happened here? I was walking when I was grabbed. Next thing I know, some green guy comes falling from the sky and saves me. Was he a vigilante or something? Shinso replied with the most dead inside voice ever. 2. Yes, he was. Did you see where he went? No. I was still processing what happened when he left. A quiet, damn it, was heard before the pro told him to stay, and then he called someone. Perhaps someone from the police department. Shinso didn't really mind. After all, he didn't really have anything better to do really. 1. 2. Shinso takes back what he said earlier. He does mind. It was midnight and he was stuck at the police department. They wanted to question him about the thug and Verde. Apparently, that takes more than an hour to do. He didn't even know that they could ask so many questions pertaining to something that only lasted a few minutes. They wanted to know his height, hair color, gender. It was obviously male-eye color, quirk, etc. He told them about Verde's rather short stature and how he was either a kid or a midget. It's safe to say they went with a possible midget. Well, that was till Eraserhead objected with the notion he knew it was a kid based on previous encounters. He then told them he was male with the most deadpan voice he could. They then asked him why he was out late. Then they called his parents. Then they asked more questions. All in all, Shinso was so done and just wanted to go home. As Shinso sat with complete boredom in his seat, he tried to think of how much longer he would be here. He also tried to ignore the hero that was across the room. Yeah, 'cause that wasn't awkward at all. Nope. Just him and Eraserhead alone in a room. 3. After a few minutes of waiting, a man in a trench coat finally walked in. Eraserhead, young Shinso. Sorry for the wait. I was held back by a few incidents that were rather troublesome. Anyways, hello Shinso, I am Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and I am here to question you about Verde. I know you have been here for a while, but it is essential we get Verde off the streets, especially if he is a child around your age. He shouldn't be putting himself at risk like that. So Verde was a teenager like him. Shinso found himself feeling almost relieved that by being a teen and not a midget, there were many more people who could be him. But why did he feel this way? Did he really care if the vigilante got caught? Yeah, he did save him, but he was a complete stranger to Shinso. Is this how Ojiro felt when he was first saved by Verde? I know he is a supporter of Verde. Shinso sighed for the 1,000th time. 1. Okay. Shinso deadpanned at the detective, already accepting the fact he wasn't going to get much sleep. 2. The detective sat down next to Eraserhead, which was across the table from Shinso, and asked, anything particular you noticed? Perhaps a quirk, age, or certain personality trait? Shinso leaned back and crossed his arms, replying with his classic deadpan voice. Well, he seemed to care if I was okay after he saved me. He even offered to walk me home, but said he couldn't due to running away from a hero. So he's definitely a bleeding heart person. Most have a sense of heroics that he can't control. Eraserhead muttered, 'cause all might wasn't enough. 1. He sounded as if he wanted to appear older. Could you elaborate? He was speaking as a young adult would, but his size and body language contradicted that. You're the first civilian to notice that. Was he wearing anything that might lead to his identity? Not really. He wore basic clothing that anyone could own. Even his bow staff was basic enough. Half the people in my school own the stuff he wears and uses. Damn it. So he's smart enough to not trip up. Did he use a quirk? No. I mean, he did fall from the sky, but I assume that's because he jumped from the roof. Still no quirk usage. Maybe it's an IQ or analysis quirk. 5. Shinso shrugged, showing clear doubt about that. It could also be night vision or speed. Maybe even invisibility, seeing he manages to escape you guys all the time. 1. So basically after spending hours here, we're still at square one. Eraserhead deadpanned. Sorry, I couldn't help. Can I go home now? Shinso said with little emotion. Seeing you have no info that can really help, then yes. Get one of the officers to drive you home. Shinso let out a weak, finally, and left the room. Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 watched Shinso leave, then turned his attention to Eraserhead. Seeing Verde is most likely a teen, we might have to consider incoming and current UA students as possible suspects. Seeing Verde likes to get on your nerves with his antics, maybe one of his antics is the fact he is a current or incoming student where you work. 17. I hope not. I already have to deal with the problem child enough as it is. Having him at UA sounds like a nightmare. Maybe he's one of those kids who grew up being told they can't be a hero. That seems to be the calling card of a lot of vigilantes. 23. Nonetheless, keep your eyes peeled for any possible suspects. Anyone could be Verde. Hell, it could be some kid from America with a teleporting quirk for all we know. 9. Eraserhead sighed deeply, knowing that the idea of a teleportation quirk made the suspect list even longer. 3. Well, I've got to go. I've got to get some sleep before work later. Call me if you get any leads. Will do. Eraserhead walked out of the room with his hands in his pockets, already craving what little sleep he would be getting. Today was the day. Today they would take a test that would determine their fate, to be or not to be heroes. Well, that's not entirely true. If they fail, they could always try the sports festival to get into the heroics course. Then again, they wanted to get into that course as soon as possible. Shinso had gotten better at his fighting and analysis, but he was not as prepared as Izuku and Ojiro were. Shinso did not have as much free time as Izuku had to learn martial arts, so he was right about where Izuku was after a month. While that was good enough to do basic fighting, he wouldn't last against anyone too serious. But he would be okay. Probably. Or at least that's what he keeps telling himself as the trio head off to UA to take the entrance exam. To be honest, they were all nervous about this exam. Why wouldn't they be? There would be so many other people trying to get in, and only like under 100 kids usually get in. And some of those students were recommended, so even less from this exam would get in. This is it. Today is our day to shine, Izuku said with confidence as they approached the gates of UA. There's got to be at least a few thousand others taking the exam. We're going to have to go beyond our best to get in. Ojiro said nervously. That's why we applied for the general studies as well, Ojiro. In case we fail the hero exam. Shinso deadpanned. Wait. If we fail this exam, we always have the sports festival. Together, we can easily get into the finals by working together. Izuku said, trying to cheer his nervous friend up. You're right. Thanks, Izuku. Ojiro said as he sighed with relief. Don't look now, but here comes the Pomeranian. Shinso informed in a low tone. He glaring at me. Yep. Damn it. He is never going to learn that I'm not going to put up with his Pretty much. That's short-tempered, egotistical people for you. Shinso laughed. Izuku sighed with slight annoyance. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, out of my dash. Izuku and his friends simply moved aside and Izuku sighed, ever the egotistical one. We're here to take an exam, not roll out the red carpet for His Majesty. So please grow up already, and stop yelling at everyone. No hero school wants a short-tempered brat who yells at everyone. It's just not hero material. Bakugou glowered at Izuku, beyond pissed that the nerd stood up to him again. Izuku and his friends just ignored the explosive dimwit in favor of entering the school building so they could get to their testing places. As much as they would just love to humor the ticking time bomb, they did need to find their testing areas for the written exam part. The written exam wouldn't be too hard if all the studying they did had any say in it. Every single moment that wasn't dedicated towards exercise, training, or school went towards studying all materials they could get their hands on. Now the physical. That was what they were anxious about. However, since the physical was a few hours away, they decided to focus the written exam for now. They found the testing room, they had the same room, and sat down. Soon after, the tests were handed out. They had about 2 hours to complete it. I have no idea how long it was in the show/manga, and they somehow managed to complete it within the first 40 minutes. Of course, they shocked the test proctor since, hell, they completed a long test, a test made by 𝗵𝗃 mind you, in 40 minutes. Nonetheless, they were told to wait out in the hall for everyone else to complete the test. So they found themselves conversing in whispers in the halls, just waiting for the next part of the exam to come. Man, that test was a lot easier than I thought it would be. 𝗧𝗪𝗻 groaned as he stretched out his joints and muscles that went stiff from sitting in a chair for 40 minutes. Yeah, guess all those study periods we made paid off. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 laughed. Not like we had anyone outside our group to hang out with anyways. So we did have a lot of free time to study. Izuku mused. Yeah, we spent so much time preparing for the exam, I'm surprised we even got enough sleep. What is this sleep that you speak of, 𝗧𝗪𝗻? 𝗵𝗃𝗄 laughed with a smirk. Well, I know I got enough sleep. 𝗧𝗪𝗻 mumbled. 1, yeah, I think I got a balance of 9 hours most of the time. I did take naps, so those count towards hours, right? Izuku questioned as he looked up with a thoughtful expression. How are you two even cooperative right now with your sleep patterns? 𝗧𝗪𝗻 sighed. Coffee. Lots of coffee. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 mused. 1, got to love the nectar of life called coffee. Izuku sighed with a dramatic look on his face. 1, I don't even how much coffee do you drink? About a pot or 2 a day. Both boys responded with the uttermost seriousness. 23 𝗧𝗪𝗻 just face-bombed and decided that he was done with his friends. Hey, you guys ready for the physical part of the exam? Izuku suddenly questions. Honestly, I'm petrified. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 deadpanned. Yeah, not as thrilled as you seem to be, Izuku, sorry. Hey, don't fret. Just use your wits when you feel challenged and you will do great. Izuku encouraged his friends. Not everyone can come up with a plan on a whim like you, Izuku. But I guess I'll try. Well, I'm 𝗵𝗃𝗄 said as he threw his hands up. 11, you'll be fine. Quit being dramatic. Izuku laughed. And they continued to discuss the upcoming part of the exam while waiting for their fellow contestants to arrive. Soon enough, everyone was done with their written exams and everyone was sent to the gym stadium, wherever they go to learn about the rules and robots for the physical exam. The 3 decided to sit together since they didn't want to be completely surrounded by strangers. Bakugou was sitting a seat behind them, but Izuku decided to just ignore him for now. After all, this test was more important than some self-centered brat he used to consider a friend. The lights come on and PresentMic is standing below on the stage. 2, what's up UA candidates? Thank you for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear you yell. Izuku and 𝗧𝗪𝗻 grin at each other while 𝗵𝗃𝗄, who is between them, shakes his head. Yeah. They both yell. 6, thank you. Let's get to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down. Are you ready? Yeah. Izuku and 𝗧𝗪𝗻 yell back, once again being the only ones to yell yeah. 3, like your application says, today you rocking boys and girls will be conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban cities. Your location, after I drop the mic, will be to your specified location. 4, hey, me and Izuku got the same place, but you didn't know 𝗧𝗪𝗻. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 pointed out. Well, it would make sense to space out classmates and friends. 𝗧𝗪𝗻 responded. Okay, let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of faux villains in every battle center, and you'll earn points based upon the level of difficulty. So better you choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these faux villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But check it, make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other contestants is a UA no-no, you dig. 7, excuse me sir, but I have a question. Hit me. 30, on the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. And you've been vibrating in your seat this whole time. Stop that. If you can't take this seriously, then you shouldn't be here. 6, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 stands up and looked at him as he replied in a sarcastic tone. Sorry if my friend is excited about the exam. He tends to have energy built up in him when he is excited. You know, like most people do. Also, I'm pretty sure the reason he didn't mention the fourth robot was because it isn't worth any points. What contestant 9244 IDK? Honestly, I just made up a number. XD said. The fourth is worth 0 points, so don't waste your time on it. That's all I've got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General something something, honestly after watching the same 5 minutes over and over I've given up on typing everything he says. Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. 16. CRP. I'm so screwed. Shinso groaned as they got up to head towards the buses. 1. Just use your imagination to think of a way to beat the robots. Just don't use your quirk since it might be considered as foul play. Izuku responded. I'm ready now, I think. Shinso muttered. Well, see you guys after the exam. Ojiro yelled as he ran off to his bus. Shinso and Izuku got onto the bus, sitting behind the blue-haired boy who seemed to have a stick up his butt. Tenya does seem that way in episodes 3 and 4, and you can't change my mind. 12 robots. Ugh, my quirk is useless in that area. Maybe I can find something to attack the robots with. Shinso mused. Well, good luck, Shinso. I'm gonna use my analysis skills to get through. See you after the exams. Fair enough. Teaming up would be bad anyways. Yeah. And unfair to everyone. Besides, we are both lone wolf fighters anyways and we have different fighting styles. Don't forget that we don't even want to team up anyways. It's much more fun to get through on your own. True. I don't see why people team up. I mean, sure, getting in with friends is great, but that feels like cheating. They both quieted down and waited to arrive at the battle arena. Ida, being the way he is, overheard them talking. Side note, does anyone hate it how most people misspell Ida's name? When the bus got to the arena, they got off and waited for the gates to open. They also tried to avoid Mr. Rules since he seemed to want to scold them for some bizarre reason. Suddenly the gates opened and Izuku and Shinso ran in while everyone else stood there confused. 30, right, let's start. Get moving. There are no real countdowns in battle. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting your time here. Shinso had turned left while Izuku had run right. By first glance, Izuku could tell he was going to need some sort of boost to damage these robots. But what exactly could he use? For now, he could scale a building to get a better vantage point. Izuku ran towards the building in front of him and leaped up to grab onto the fire escape. He then scaled up it till he reached the roof. As he walked around to see if he could find anything to use, a contestant had destroyed a robot, causing a pipe piece from the robot to fly towards him. He caught it and smiled as he looked at it. He had found his boost to fight the robots. One smiling like a maniac, he ran and dived off the roof, surely giving both contestants nearby and heroes in the viewing room a scare. As he neared the ground, a three-pointer had walked under him, which he immediately swung his pipe to hit. Upon impact, the robot blew up, sending parts everywhere. Izuku broke his fall with a roll and jumped up once he was down. Everyone had paused to see who the hell was the maniac who free jumped off the building. I wonder what his quirk is, was the thought most of them had. Izuku had already run off though, not wanting to waste any time. Left and right Izuku was smashing robots with his pipe. Some contestants were wondering just what he quirk was that he was using a pipe to score points. One even asked him if he was holding back. Izuku ignored them all in favor of scoring some more points. Who cared what the competition thought as long as he was doing well? Izuku would jump off of robots to grip onto nearby buildings, then he would jump onto another robot to take it out. In all honesty, he was wrecking the competition. 3 Shinso, on the other hand, wasn't doing as well. He had managed to pick up a piece of metal from a defeated robot, but it wasn't helping him much. He had earned about 9 points from destroying robots, and he just knew it wasn't enough. But time was running out as well as robots. He looked around, hoping he would spot another robot. Alas, there were none around. Then he felt the ground shake and everyone around him started running. Izuku had positioned himself on the rooftop of a building to see if he could find anyone who needed help. Some contestants were having difficulty fighting robots without getting hurt. Then he felt the building shake and the screaming began. One in a dark room with multiple screens sat multiple heroes. Clearly the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and must hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to get ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power and combat ability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest score. I'd say this year's group looks promising. Although I'm quite curious about that one contestant with the pipe. What is his quirk? That's Izuku Midoriya. Fine lad, met him 8 months ago. He and his friend cleaned up the entire Dagobah beach. His analytical mind could rival yours, Nizu. His quirk, however, he doesn't have one. All Might said with a tone of reminiscing. Seriously, I'm amazed how far he has gotten then. Without a quirk and racking 96 points is quite impressive. 8. Well, there's still plenty of time till it's over. The real test is yet to come. Let's see how they react. Back with Izuku, the whole arena is filled with chaos. Izuku scans the area to see what they are running from. What he finds startles him. He sees a massive robot that could probably destroy at least 3 sites if it was let loose in public areas. He started to think about getting out of there when he heard a call for help. Izuku immediately jumps to the next rooftop to get towards the robot. A girl with brown hair was stuck in the rubble and was about to get squashed. With a battle cry, Izuku jumped towards the robot, swinging his pipe like there was no tomorrow. After landing on the robot, he realized hitting it was not enough. So he scanned it to find a weak point, which he did right under what could be considered its massive head. Shinso at the time was also planning to run when he saw his reckless friend jump onto the death machine. Shinso then noticed the girl in the rubble. He heard Izuku yell for him to save her while he took out the robot. So Shinso ran into the fray to get the rubble off of her and pull her out. Izuku hit the robot right at its weak point, causing it to explode. Everyone turned to look at the explosion, while Izuku jumps backward and landed on a rooftop. Wow, did you see that? What is his quirk? He's crazy. Hey, look, there was a girl trapped. Sure enough, Shinso was waking out of the smoke with the girl in his arms. Izuku had jumped off the roof to land behind him. The girl had managed to stop some of the debris from hitting Shinso by using her quirk. Midoriya, never do that again. Shinso scolded his friend as they walked towards everyone else. Someone was in danger, and I was there to help. Just don't be reckless. Though, seeing you were saving someone, I won't tell your mom. The brown-haired girl was still quiet. Meanwhile, the heroes in the dark room were discussing what just happened. Did that just happen? Questioned Midnight. Told you he was a fine lad. That was him putting his analyzing skills to the test. Indeed. To be able to pinpoint the exact weak point on the robot in such a short time is remarkable. And to call for help with getting the girl out was very smart and responsible. Can't have her getting hurt from the exploding robot. Nizu spoke with a thoughtful look. None of the other contestants even thought to help, well, with the exception of contestant 9244. Said one hero. Yes. Hitoshi Shinso. A rather reserved yet determined one. He is another friend of Midoriya, one who Midoriya decided to help train for the exam today. Shinso isn't one to be very cooperative due to past experiences with classmates. Yet he does seem to be okay with following Midoriya wherever he goes. He seems to know that Midoriya would never stir him wrong or into danger without a just cause. Though he did seem to want to help before his friend called him to help. Aizawa points out from his place against the wall. Then contestant Uraraka stopped the debris from falling on the contestant Shinso. Nizu pointed out. The heroes scored them rescue points. Izuku got 60, Uraraka got 40, and Shinso got 40. 6 Izuku and Shinso can be seen on the screen asking the girl if she was alright. And that's it. Time's you. Everyone immediately ran over to the 2 boys and the girl. Hundreds of questions were being thrown at Izuku and Shinso, but they were too busy with checking on Uraraka to care. Very nice. Good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes. Every one of you. Here, reward yourselves, have some gummies. Recovery girl was going around handing out gummies. 6. Recovery girl, over here. Izuku called. She came over and looked at Uraraka's leg. Oh dear, you seem to have twisted your ankle. Recovery girl then kissed her to heal her. She then asked if the boys were injured. I'm fine. I might have pulled a muscle or two when I destroyed that robot, but I'm fine. I just carried her out of danger, so I didn't get hurt at all. You teenagers and your recklessness. Recovery girl muttered as she walked away. 15. Soon everyone was leaving to get on the buses. Shinso had this defeated look on his face as they got on and sat down. Shinso, you okay? Izuku questioned in a whisper. Yeah, it's just that I only got 9 points. I totally failed. Shinso, maybe you got some sort of points for helping save that girl. I mean, the scorers had to have seen you helping save her. Even if they did award points for that, it still wouldn't be enough to pass. Well, I guess I'll try at the sports festival if I get into Gen Ed, Shinso said with a small, sad smile but also with a hint of determination. Izuku hugged Shinso and replied, That's right. We'll get through the sports festival together if we both make it. How many points did you get? 96. 1. That's great. 96. Midoriya, what the hell? 1. I found a pipe that had come from a defeated robot and wreaked havoc on other robots. 12. You know what? I don't know why I am even surprised. Of course, you would find a way to score high. I wonder how Mashi did. Izuku pondered. Probably better than me. Shinso laughed. They immediately went to find Ojiro after they got to the school. After finding Ojiro, they decided to walk to the local cafe together. While leaving the school, they passed some teachers, which caused the teachers to overhear them. 9 points. I'm so sorry, Shinso. It's fine. Besides, there is always the sports festival if I get into Gen Ed. And 96 points, Manzuku. What were you doing? I only got 40 points. He got 11 points of rescue, so he has a score of 51-5. He was swinging a pipe at robots and jumping off of rooftops. He defeated a 0-pointer to save a girl. Shinso responded. Izuku, are you crazy? You could have died. Then again, you did save someone, so I guess I can't be too mad at you. The teachers that overheard were Nizu, Aizawa, and Snipe. 4. Not every day you see students okay with failing but also so glad to help others. Snipe said. 1. Well, he did get into general ed, so I think he and his friends might just be something to look out for in the sports festival. Nizu laughed. Such a shame he failed by 1 point though. Aizawa pointed out. 30. When the boys made it to the cafe, they all ordered triple shot espressos. They were all tired from the exams and just wanted to chill for the rest of the day. Martial arts classes were postponed today since they had their exams, so they didn't have anything to do. 1 week later, the boys met up at the cafe to share their results. They all sat a table in the corner to avoid other customers. I can't believe the results came so quickly. Izuku said. Well, best we find out if we got in now, huh? Ojiro laughed. Izuku opened his first, and a hologram appeared. Hello. It is I, All Might. I'm an upcoming teacher, but we are not here to discuss that. Izuku Midoriya, you passed with a perfect score in the written exam as well as getting first place in the physical. Then there is the notion that you saved young Uraraka's life. You see, we didn't just judge contestants by just villains' points. What kind of hero school would be if we didn't award heroic acts? With 96 villain points and 60 rescue points, you scored 156, getting an all-new record for the school. Welcome to your hero academia. I got first place. I did it. Izuku sighed. 11. Yeah, you did. Can't wait to see Bakugou's face when he finds out you got first place. Shinso laughed. Yeah, my school is going to flip when they find out little quirkless me got first place. Izuku laughed as he looked to the side. Okay, my turn. Ojiro yelled. Hello. It is I, All Might. I'm going to be teaching at UA, but let's discuss your score. You got a 98 on the written part, as well as 40 points. However, you saved countless contestants. You see, we didn't just judge you on fighting, but on heroic deeds as well. You earned 11 rescue points, earning you a 51 and 38th place. Welcome to your hero academia. 6. Shinso, it's your turn. Izuku said as he nudged his friend. Okay, well, here goes nothing. Hello, it is I, All Might. I'm an upcoming teacher here, but that's not important. You scored a 97 on the written exam but only got 9 villain points. While you rescuing 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧 did earn you some points for being selfless and heroic, you only got a 49, making you just shy a point of getting into the hero course. However, you did get into the Gen Ed course, so you still got in. But don't get your heads caught up in thunderclouds. If a Gen Ed student does good enough in the sports festival, they can move into the hero course. So welcome to UA. Tears started to fall from Shinso's face as his friends moved closer to him to hug him. Don't worry, Shinso. We will wipe out the competition in the sports festival together. Izuku cheered. Yeah, and we will help you make it by upping our training. 1. Thank you guys. That means so much to me. You guys are amazing friends. This was it. Today, they would be taking their first step to becoming heroes. Granted, Shinso had a few extra steps to go, but a step forward nonetheless. The 3 boys had met up at the cafe so they could walk together to UA. 2. I can't believe we are actually officially UA students. Shinso sighed as they left the cafe to head off to the bus station that was about 5 minutes away or train. Forgot which one Izuku takes to school. 12. I know, to think about how hard we trained to get here. It's amazing. We actually did it. Ojiro exclaimed with a smile. And now we have got to start training for the sports festival. You are going to get into our class, Toshi, no matter what. Izuku said triumphantly. Hey, Izuku, what's up with the metal bracers? Shinso asked. A day after they got their acceptance letters, Izuku asked Shinso to call him by his first name. Ojiro requested this as well, but Shinso took a page out of Izuku's book and decided to call Ojiro Mashi as well. I also hate typing out long names. Shinso also said they could call him Hitoshi. Izuku immediately started calling him Toshi. Oh, these? Izuku asked as he let go of his backpack straps to show off the 2 inches wide flat, metal bracers that looked like simple cuffs. I got permission from the school to wear them so I don't end up breaking my hands since I tend to use them a lot in combat. This is close enough to them, this is close enough to them. Of course you would be liable to break your bones. Shinso laughed. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 class? Ojiro asked. Well, considering how the world hates me so, yes. I do believe he will be in our class. Izuku sighed as he looked up to the sky in misery. I can't believe we have not one but 2 students from our school heading off to UA. And to think you're one of them, Midoriya. It's a miracle. What did you do to pass the exam? You must have cheated somehow, right? I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA. But you had to go screw it all up? I warned you not to apply. Bakugou, I told you that I didn't care what you felt and that I would go to UA. Sorry, I can't put my life aside for your precious ego. I am not your punching bag. Izuku, why are we heading off to school so early anyways? Shinso asked, snapping Izuku back to reality. Because the early bird gets the worm and I just really don't want to deal with the awkward socializing that comes with entering a class full of people. By being first, I can maybe dodge that. Izuku laughed with a slight tone of self-pity. One good point. Maybe I can get a back seat near a window in my class to avoid others as well. Shinso mused. Or you two could just talk to people. Ojiro interjected. 18, nah, I can't deal with people who think they can be heroes with just a quirk. Izuku replied, completely disregarding Ojiro's idea. 1, yeah, it is quite annoying when people think having a flashy quirk makes them good enough to be heroes. Thank God you got me out of that train of thought with my quirk, Izuku. Shinso remarked. Izuku's face grew into a grin before he took off running, leaving his friends behind. Ojiro and Shinso quickly took off after him in mock anger. Wait up. Izuku. You did not just ditch us. One Izuku just laughed as he continued to run towards the bus stop ahead of them. Shinso and Ojiro were laughing as well, clearly having fun chasing after their crazy green-haired friend. Everyone around them stopped to watch as the trio ran at pretty fast speeds. For kids their age, they had gotten their mile times to be around 4 minutes. 3:43 is world record, but let's just say that with evolution leads to faster running. Plot filler I guess XD. The laughter of the three filled the air and some of the adults smiled, while a few others wore scolds on their faces. The trio didn't seem to notice they were gaining attention, because they were more focused on being themselves. After a few more moments of running, Izuku stopped to lean against the bus stop while laughing. Ojiro and Shinso came a few seconds later, both trying to breathe while laughing. You guys were too slow. Izuku giggled. Well, you did run off without a warning. Shinso clarified. Well, it was a good thing he did, or else we would have missed the bus. Ojiro chimed in as he pointed towards the bus heading towards them. The bus pulled up and they boarded it. They chose to stand in the front so they could get off as soon as possible when they got to their stop. Izuku pulled out his phone to scroll through the news, while Ojiro and Shinso decided to watch cat videos on Shinso's phone. There was not anything noteworthy on the news, well besides the usual hero fights. Izuku hummed with disappointment as he went to the hero forums to see if there were any new theories made by other hero fans. About 10 minutes after surfing through the web for hero stuff, the bus stopped at a bus stop, which was about a block away from UA. Who do you think our teacher will be? Ojiro asked Izuku as they got off the bus and headed off to the school at a fast pace. Well, seeing all the teachers are heroes, it could be anyone. Though, from what I noticed back when we took the exams, I do know some possibilities. Izuku hummed while lost in thought. Well, I can tell you All Might won't be a homeroom teacher. Shinso laughed. But Eraserhead might be our teacher, Izuku thought. Well, I guess we'll just have to figure it out when we get there. Ojiro sighed. I guess we will. Izuku agreed as they walked past the gate and onto the campus. Hope we can find our classrooms. Shinso joked. Very funny. Izuku deadpanned. Seriously though, we nearly got lost looking for the testing room. Imagine how lost we will be finding our classrooms. Ojiro said as he developed a look of slight uneasiness. We'll be fine. Izuku reassured. I hope so. Ojiro responded as they walked into the building. Izuku marched onward, with his friends in tow, to find their classrooms. It didn't take him too long to figure out where both classrooms were. They found a map. Don't ask me how for IDK. They stopped by 1A first so Izuku and Ojiro could put their bags down. Oh thank God. No one else is here yet. Izuku sighed as he went over to his assigned desk and put his bag down. Shinso and Ojiro just smiled with amusement at Izuku's over-need of not talking to anyone. Hey, Toshi, want us to walk you to your class? Izuku questioned. No thanks, I think I'm good to walk on my own. Shinso laughed. Okay, but if anyone gives you a hard time, tell me, okay? I'm going to be fine, Izuku. I doubt anyone would risk their chance of being here just to pick on me. But still, if they do mess with you, I'll fight them. Izuku responded. For overprotective 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Ojiro laughed. I'll throw you out a window, Masho, don't try me. Izuku jokingly threatened. 1. Someone didn't get any sleep last night. Ojiro chuckled. 1. Izuku just pouted and then said, well, see you later, Toshi. 3. Shinso laughed and ran off to his class. Meanwhile, Izuku sat down in his desk and pulled out his quirk analysis notebook. Ojiro sat in his desk and also pulled out his analysis book. Mashi, how far have you gotten in your notebook? Izuku inquired. I'm about to be finished with this one. Ojiro answered. Cool, I'm about to start my 14th one soon. Izuku hummed. 3. Izuku then went on to add notes to his notebook since he acquired new info from the forums earlier. The two boys spent the next 10 minutes writing in their notebooks, completely caught up in their own worlds. They didn't even notice other classmates come in till a particularly loud voice was heard telling another student to get their feet off of the desk. Izuku sighed as he closed his notebook and looked up to see Bakugou being Bakugou. Glasses guy from the exam seemed to be lecturing him. Sigh, Bakugou, can't you try to not act like a spoiled 4-year-old for at least 5 minutes? Some people are here to learn, not babysit you. Izuku groaned. 6. Deku. What did you say? I said please grow up. This is a hero school, not an underground fight club. Stop acting as if you're a spoiled toddler. Izuku sighed with annoyance. Why you dash? May I remind you attacking other students is a UA no-no. Izuku mused as he thought back to when PresentMic said something along the lines of that during the exam. Bakugou growled and sat down with a pout. The blue-haired boy with glasses turned to Izuku and said, Hey, I am sorry for how I was at the exam. You obviously knew something I didn't dash. I'm going to stop you right there and say that I didn't know I would get points for saving her. I just did what was right. Izuku interjected. Hey, I know you. You're the guy who saved me. Came from the door. Oh hey, nice to see you made it into UA. Izuku smiled. Well, thanks for saving me. No problem, though I think you guys should sit down since class is about to start soon. Izuku pointed out. Not even a second later after they sat down, Caterpillar Man appeared. Safe to say, no one noticed he was there besides Izuku. What is that? Someone yelled. I think that's our teacher. Izuku noted. The caterpillar indeed was their teacher as it revealed to be a hobo-looking man. Hello, I am your homeroom teacher Shoyuta Aizawa. Put these on and meet out in the field. Ojiro looked as if his brain stopped working. Wait, he's the guy from the cafe. All the teachers here are pro-heroes. His outfit looks familiar. OMG, he's Eraserhead. I bet Zuku knew the whole time. Wait, he heard our discussions about him versus other heroes. Izuku shook him out of his thoughts and pointed at the door. Ojiro nodded and grabbed his gym clothing. The teacher had passed out while he was lost in thought. They made it quickly to the dressing room to get changed. Would you believe it if I told you despite being the last to get into the dressing room, they were the first ones down in the field? Well, they were. Izuku sighed, knowing his classmates wouldn't be there for another few minutes. They did eventually show up, saving Izuku from boredom. 1. Alright, we will be doing a quirk assessment test. What? A quirk assessment test? Shouted everyone but Izuku, who just inwardly thought of how much fun he was going to have showing just how powerful he was despite being quirkless. 8. But orientation. We're going to miss it, whined the girl Izuku had saved. 6. If you really want to make it into the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here in UA, we're not tethered to traditionals. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks on physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Mr. Aizawa explained. Midoriya, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw of the softball when you were in junior high? Mr. Aizawa asked. 54 meters. Izuku sighed. I should probably not mention he's quirkless till after the end of the exam to see the looks on the others' faces when he beats them. Midoriya seems to be ahead of most of them in the physical area. Their quirks won't help them in every test. Aizawa thought before he said, Here, try to do it with your full strength while staying inside the circle. It was right about then that Bakugou lunged at Izuku, yelling, How did you get first place, you Deku? 5. However, Izuku simply pivoted and grabbed his arms so he could slam Bakugou onto the ground and then shoved his knee into his back and the other knee on one of his arms. He had Bakugou's other arm held in a tight hold against his back as well as using his other hand to hold down Bakugou's head. Bakugou wasn't getting out of that hold. I am not a Deku. I am not useless. And I am not going to be a punching bag, so you better get your act straight, Bakugou, because I will not put up with it anymore. Izuku then got up and jumped back from the crazy Pomeranian. You were saying sensei. 7, right, Bakugou? Don't attack your classmates. Midoriya, here, throw this ball with all your strength. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Midoriya stepped into the circle with the ball and tossed it a few times while he configured how to get the best score. Maybe if I used my bracers I could hit it like a baseball. Yeah, that could work. Izuku tossed the ball up really high before swinging his arm to hit it right on his right arm bracer. The ball flew pretty far. Aizawa held up the device to show that the ball went 203 meters. Slightly above world record for batted ball, but records are not accurately measured, so for all we know, the world record might have been actually 200 meters. Awesome. This is going to be fun. This is what we're talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want. Dude, what's your quirk? I just used my arm bracers, Izuku tried to explain, but his classmates didn't listen. Aizawa didn't look happy, and it was clear when he snapped. So this looks fun. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots. Today, you will competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Like I said, I get to decide how this class rolls. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home now. Naturally, everyone freaked out, well, besides Izuku. He had done research and new students were expelled by one teacher from UA every year. A whole class was expelled last year. Nice to know it's Aizawa who was expelling students every year. Maybe Bakugou would be expelled. Was that too much to hope for? Probably. Although Izuku would just deal with it. He knew with his strength he could get in a decent place. You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, this isn't fair. The girl Izuku saved exclaimed. Actually he can. Students get expelled every year on the first day of school. Last year the full 1A class was expelled according to the forums. And the whole unfair thing is probably a lesson that life is not fair. Villains and natural disasters are not fair to heroes, so why should the school be easy on us? Izuku interjected, causing the whole class to just stare at him. What? It's the truth. For Midoriya's right. It is a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another. Go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me that it's no mistake you are here. Aizawa explained. For in Go Beyond they did. Well, Izuku definitely did. He got 3.5 seconds on the 50-meter dash, 90 kilograms on the grip test, cleared the long jump, and got second place in the sideways jump sidesteps. I forgot what the other tests were. Did they even show the other tests? Izuku got first place in them regardless. Everyone stood anxiously as they waited for their sensei to announce the scores. Of course, Aizawa being Aizawa, just posted them in front of them to see for themselves. Izuku glanced at the board and smiled. Izuku Midoriya got second place, right under Yaoyoro's. Everyone was frantically checking to make sure they were not being kicked out. Izuku had slowly inched away from his classmates and closer to where his teacher was as if to escape his classmates. Lucky Ojiro was already off to the side near the teacher. Maybe he could help hide Izuku from his pestering classmates. Izuku successfully made it to Ojiro and immediately hid behind him, earning a laugh from Ojiro. You know you're going to have to socialize with them at one point, right? Ojiro chuckled. No. Nope. Not happening. I can do that later, like tomorrow. Besides, they won't talk to me after they figure out what my quirk is, or lack of it. If anyone does try to talk to me, I'll just jump out a window. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll just do that. 5. You can't jump out of windows every time someone tries to talk to you, Izuku. Ojiro playfully scolded. 7. Watch me. Izuku huffed. A short purple-haired boy was crying while everyone had started to come up to Ojiro and Izuku. 1. What's your quirk? It's something manly, right? Come on, tell us. Izuku only tried to hide behind Ojiro even more, while mumbling a response. What was that? Some of his classmates asked. I'm quirkless. Izuku yelled as he buried his face into Ojiro as if that would hide him completely from his classmates. Quirkless, the majority scream. That's so manly. 10. You're so cool, a pink classmate beamed. Amazing, said the girl he saved. Great, now she's probably even more in love with him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Izuku just froze as he heard their responses. Cool. Manly. Where were the snide remarks or hateful comments? Why wasn't anyone telling him he didn't belong? He was so confused. Ojiro just laughed and spoke for him. Sorry, but Izuku isn't used to much praise. He got bullied a lot for being quirkless and was often used as a punching bag for others' quirks. So he's kind of in shock right now. Please refrain from bombarding him with too many questions. Izuku just stood there, processing what was happening. Meanwhile, a purple-haired midget was crying his eyes out. Aizawa said, "Mineta, you scored last place. Along with that, you have been seen acting inappropriately towards your female classmates. With both of these in mind, you are expelled." 7. I hate how everyone says in fanfics it was a logical ruse when someone else fails it. Like, he was going to expel someone till the person who got last place, Izuku, impressed him. So bye-bye Mineta. Everyone left for class as Ojiro tried to snap Izuku out of his state of shock. 18. Izuku. We got to get to class. Ojiro said as he snapped his fingers and shaked his friend. Class, right? Izuku mumbled as he still looked sort of confused. Did they were okay with me being quirkless? Yeah, they were. Now come on. We need to get to class, Izuku. Ojiro huffed as he tried to drag Izuku to class. I'm coming. They ran off to class, ready to face their classmates while talking along the way. Do you think Toshi would end up in our class if he wins the sports festival? Izuku questioned. Seeing we are short a classmate now, yes. It would be great to have him as well. Ojiro laughed. Speaking of which, doesn't Toshi act like a mini Aizawa-sensei? Izuku inquired. He is a mini Eraserhead. That is his new nickname now. Ojiro snorts. 13. I don't think he would appreciate that. Izuku chuckled. Too bad he doesn't get a choice. Ojiro grinned. 2. They eventually reached the classroom, after changing into their uniforms, and entered the loud classroom. Well, was loud since now everyone froze and went silent when Izuku and Ojiro entered. Then everyone rushed Izuku, spitting out hundreds of questions a second. Izuku started to feel as if he was trapped and jumped on top of Ojiro's shoulders so he could jump over the crowd. He then ran and grabbed his bag before jetting it towards the window. However, before he could jump out the now opened window, Ojiro tackled him, exclaiming, "Wow, you weren't kidding when you said you would jump out a window." 27. Mashi, Izuku whined, "Let me flee. They were asking too many questions." 5. I am not letting you up until you promise me you will not jump out any windows. Ojiro said sternly. Ojiro warned. Fine. I'll try to not jump out of a window when I feel uncomfortable. Izuku sighed with defeat. 3. Ojiro got off of him and helped him up. Was that so hard? No, but it doesn't make me feel any better knowing my best friend won't let me escape socializing. Izuku complained. Everyone was watching them as they sweat dropped. He tried to jump out a window to escape us. Maybe they should be more cautious when approaching Izuku. 4. So sorry for making you feel uncomfortable, Midoriya, the blue-haired classmate said. It's fine, Ida. Tenya Ida. Right, it's fine, Ida. I'm just not used to talking to people without getting harassed, so please don't feel offended if I try to escape socializing with any of you. I'm still trying to get used to other people. Izuku replied with a shy smile. That's all right, man. We don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm Kirishima. Yeah, we won't pressure you if you don't want us to. I'm Uraraka. The girl who he saved cheered. Everyone, besides Bakugou and Todoroki, was trying to make Izuku feel more comfortable. It was rather nice having everyone be so nice to him. It was also bizarre and alien to him, so he wasn't quite sure how to handle it. Eventually, it was time to leave, and everyone left, leaving Ojiro and Izuku alone in the classroom. Oh, thank God. I don't think I would have been able to handle that many people much longer. Izuku sighed with relief as he grabbed his bag and headed towards the classroom door. Izuku, you can't be a hero if you can't handle people. Ojiro pointed out as they entered the hall and headed towards Shinso's classroom. Plus, underground heroes don't socialize. Izuku remarked. Yes, but if you want to show the world that quirkless can be heroes too, then you're going to have to be a limelight hero. Ojiro countered. DM it. You're right. I have to socialize. Izuku whined. 3. What's Izuku whining about now? Came from in front of them. Hitoshi. Izuku tried to jump out a window to escape socializing. He doesn't want to have to talk to people when he becomes a hero. Ojiro exclaimed. 7. Izuku, you can't be a limelight hero without talking to people. It makes you look rude. Shinso deadpanned. Oh yeah, you're right. Izuku sighed with a sad smile. Guess I've got to work on my people skills, huh? Izuku sighed as he finally got home from martial arts classes, knowing it was time to go out to patrol soon. He knew Eraserhead would be out, he's always out there, and Izuku was ready to mess with him. Having him as a teacher is really great, and Izuku was going to take full advantage of it. Sure, he knew the basics of his sensei, but he had learned some things from watching his sensei today. For one, Eraserhead can be ruthless, well more ruthless than Izuku has seen him be. Second, Eraserhead seems to have some analysis skills, seeing how he was watching the class during the Quirk assessment test. Let's just hope Eraserhead doesn't start putting 2 and 2 together with Izuku and Verde. Then again, Shinso and Ojiro might end up figuring it out first if Izuku doesn't start being more careful. Ojiro and Shinso seem to already be putting some things together, although, thankfully, not enough to actually figure it out yet. It was the day after Shinso was saved, and they were at the cafe. 2. You look dead tired, Shinso. Ojiro commented. I was stuck at the police department all night. Apparently, getting saved by a vigilante means spending at least 4 hours being interrogated. Then, I had a long math test today. Shinso groaned as he buried his head in his arms on the table. Wow, you saw Verde, it was Verde, right? Ojiro asked with excitement. Yeah, and I think he's a kid. He's kind of short, like as short as the short. Shinso mused. 1K. Izuku fumed. Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, he is around the same height as Izuku. Ojiro replied thoughtfully. And he also seems to wear green like Izuku does. Shinso pointed out. Yeah, and so does a vast majority of Japan. Your point. Izuku snapped. DMN, no need to get offensive. We were just teasing you. It's not like you're Verde, right? Ojiro laughed. 15, right? That would be crazy. I want to be a hero, but vigilantism would get me killed. Izuku agreed. Izuku had managed to escape any suspicion that might have been raised, not really, but let him have this one, and he was going to have to be careful to avoid any possible future suspicion. He sighed as he finished getting his outfit on, wishfully thinking about how he would avoid such suspicion. He came up empty-handed. He wasn't even acting like he does when he's around his friends, and yet, they were already figuring it out somewhat. A few more slip-ups would cost him greatly. But how does one avoid slipping up and they don't even know they were slipping up? They just took his height and color choice into consideration. Maybe he could avoid using the same fighting styles. That would help give off that they were separate people for sure. 3. Shaking his head clear of thoughts, Izuku headed for the front door. He could worry about what some other time. Right now, he had people to protect. And some heroes to dodge as well, but hey, whoever said it was going to be easy? Izuku made it out of the apartment building and breathed in the fresh, crisp air. He then pulled his mask up and slid on his goggles, before he set off into a sprint. He'd make it to his designated patrol area within 10 minutes. Eraserhead sighed as he shifted slightly in his uncomfortable position of laying on his stomach on the rooftop. He was watching a group of thugs while waiting for the appropriate time to interfere with whatever they were up to. PresentMic was on a rooftop nearby, ready on standby. Of course, they were only allowed to interfere if the main target showed up, which didn't seem to be likely as of now. Their mark was a teenager named Ayano. She was known for her murder sprees and her ability to trick people into thinking she was just some sweet, innocent girl. Her quirk, called innocence, allows her to give off the fake illusion of an innocent 16 years old who would never hurt a soul. She often is described as a mix of a 𝗎𝗪 and 𝗎𝗪, although she is more of a 𝗎𝗪𝗢 if anything. She had sky blue hair that was pulled into long, twin pigtails, and always wore her school uniform. Her big blue eyes shone with innocence, and her fair skin only added to the illusion. Unfortunately for her, if someone knew of her true colors, they had a chance of not being affected by her quirk. Emphasis on chance. Few people can override her quirk, Eraserhead and PresentMic, being 2 of those people. 6. Eventually, the thugs got into their cars and drove off. Looks like Miss Baba was a no-show. Eraserhead groaned as he got up and stretched before jumping onto the next rooftop where PresentMic was. Well, that was a waste of time. Eraserhead groaned as PresentMic looked at him with amusement. You're just upset that you had to be out here earlier than usual. PresentMic chirped. Eraserhead just glared at him before turning to walk towards the fire escape to get down from the building. You going to hunt down Verde now? PresentMic asked in the most nagging tone possible as he followed behind his friend. Eraserhead let out a long and agitated sigh, clearly not in the mood for the reminder of that green brat who keeps escaping his grasp. You make it sound as if I want to run into him. Eraserhead complained. Well, you do seem adamant about catching him. PresentMic pointed out. He is a child putting his life on the line every night. So, excuse me if I want him off the streets. Eraserhead retorted. Not every night. PresentMic remarked. As Eraserhead jumped off the ladder since he reached the bottom of the building, he replied, well, just about. He's out there 5 out of 7 days a week now. The kid's got to have school. Is he even getting enough sleep? 2. Well, maybe that is a good thing. Wouldn't him being tired make it easier to locate him? PresentMic asked. As they started walking down the street, Eraserhead sighed. Not really, it just puts him in more danger if anything. If he isn't fully awake, he could end up walking out in front of a car or messing up his health badly. PresentMic just sighed as he followed behind his introvert friend. For someone who claims to not like problematic children, he surely seems concerned for the biggest problem child. It was only 9:32 and they had a long night ahead of them. Shinso yawned as he made his way up the fire escape to sit on top of the old, abandoned, 10-story warehouse. It was only 9:32 and he wasn't expected back at home till 11 or 12. Sitting down on the edge, with his feet dangling, Shinso glanced off into the distance, soaking in the quiet night around him. He was in the area that Verde tended to be in. He didn't know exactly why he was drawn to the area. Maybe he wanted to see Verde in action again. Or maybe he wanted to see the pro-heroes chase after him. Nonetheless, he was perfectly content in his spot on top of the warehouse. A commotion nearby caused him to look down. In the alleyway he had climbed up the building from was a group of thugs surrounding a green figure. Wait, Verde. Shinso had just sat down on a rooftop and he had already found the vigilante. So, like any other normal person in his predicament, he pulled out his phone to videotape the fight. Verde was surrounded by 4 thugs, and one of them had caused fog to rise while the other caused shadows to spread. A shadow quirk and a fog quirk. Good thing I've been practicing my fighting without seeing in martial arts lately, Verde thought as he jumped back to dodge a kick before pulling out his bow staff. He quickly knocked out the 2 thugs that were blocking his sight, knowing they were probably the bigger threats right now. As soon as they fell down from strikes to the head, the fog and shadows cleared. The 2 remaining thugs lunged at him, one shooting acid while the other split into 2 people. Great, acid and cloning, just what I needed. Clone guy needs to be taken out first. Verde thought as he pulled out his taser and shot it at one of the clones. Both fell to the ground in pain. Verde quickly dodged acid shot at him and swung his staff at the clones, effectively knocking them out. He then turned to face the acid user while twirling his staff. With one swift move, he had knocked out the acid user as well. One Shinso, being on the roof, had a clear view of the fight even with the fog and shadows. Thus, he had the perfect zoomed-in video of the fight. Should he post the video online? Honestly, doing so would both help and harm Verde. It would help others now there was someone out there to help, while also alerting more heroes to his presence. The last thing he needed was 𝗵𝗃𝗏 on his trail. And wouldn't that be a catastrophe? Shinso, now standing, sighed as his finger hovered over the post button on YouTube. Should he perhaps not? Then again, maybe he should. Before he could make a decision though, a voice behind him startled him. Shouldn't you be in bed? Shinso jumped out of shock and almost dropped his phone. He quickly turned around to come face to face with Verde. How did he even get up there with him? Was there another way up? 3 Shinso gulped and responded hesitantly, I don't have to be home till midnight. Then why not go to the library or 24/7 arcade down the street? Don't you know it's not safe to be hanging around in these parts all alone at night? Verde inquired. Well, I don't really like being around others, so I thought sitting up here would be a good place to hang around, 𝗫𝗄𝗃 answered. Verde glanced down at 𝗫𝗄𝗃's phone, where he could clearly see what was on it. Didn't think anyone would get a video of me so early in my vigilante career. He mused. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 gulped and quickly stammered, I saw the fight and didn't really think when I started recording I won't post it if you don't want me to. Verde laughed, which wasn't as appealing as it should have been due to that voice modifier of his, and answered, if you want to post it, I won't stop you. Honestly, I don't mind if videos or photos of me appear on the web. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 sighed in relief and clicked post before glancing back at the vigilante. A thought suddenly came to his mind, one that was rather devious. What if I convinced him to take a selfie with me so I can tease 𝗵𝗃𝗃 about getting it? Yes, citizen. Verde prodded. 12. Well, you see, a friend of mine is a big fan of you and I was wondering if I could get a selfie to tease him. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 asked with uncertainty as he rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. Verde smiled with mischief, not that it could be seen with the mask and goggles on, and answered with clear amusement, sure, nothing like making friends jealous. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 awkwardly stepped closer and turned around to take the selfie. Verde made a peace sign, because why the F wouldn't he, and 𝗫𝗄𝗃 had a slight smirk. After taking the picture, 𝗫𝗄𝗃 immediately backed away. Well, good luck with angering your friend and be safe. Verde laughed as he ran off and jumped to the nearest building. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 sighed as Verde disappeared, clearly glad he dodged a rather disastrous situation. Thank God Verde wasn't mad about the video or taking the selfie. The guy may seem friendly, but 𝗫𝗄𝗃 still didn't know him. He could be dangerous for all he knew. Though, Verde has yet to prove to be anything other than friendly. Still, it didn't hurt to be wearily. When Verde was no longer within sight, Eraserhead and PresentMic appeared. Oh yeah, he almost forgot. Verde had fought thugs, and law enforcement needed to be informed while he could just tell the heroes what he saw. Was Verde here? Eraserhead asked, remembering that 𝗫𝗄𝗃 from a previous encounter that involved Verde. He left a minute ago after fighting those thugs down there. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 responded as he pointed down towards the alleyway. What are you doing out here so late anyway? Eraserhead inquired him with a stern tone. I don't need to be home till midnight and I thought I'd clear my mind by sitting up here. Didn't expect to witness Verde fighting again. I don't have to go to the station again, do I? I have school tomorrow and plan on getting what little sleep I can get. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 responded with a dead inside tone. Well, considering you were already questioned on what you know last time, you'll only be there for at most 30 minutes. Eraserhead reassured. Great. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 sighed with fake excitement. PresentMic, who was being quiet off to the side, quietly noted how this teen was so much like Eraserhead, it was funny. 7. PresentMic, look out for Verde, I'm going to call in this incident. Eraserhead stated to his friend. He then looked back to 𝗫𝗄𝗃 and asked, what exactly happened here? PresentMic ran off while 𝗫𝗄𝗃 sighed and responded, I caught the whole fight on camera. Would that help? You caught it on camera? Eraserhead asked with slight surprise. Yeah, was sitting up here, minding my own business, when I heard a commotion. When I looked down and saw him surrounded by 4 thugs, I pulled out my phone without thinking. The fight was rather short, but here it is. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 explained as he quickly selected the video to show to the hero. Sadly for Eraserhead, the video wouldn't be much help in unmasking him. Eraserhead and 𝗫𝗄𝗃, poor boy, having to spend another night to deal with the law, made it to where the unconscious thugs were, and it was there that Eraserhead proceeded to call the police. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 crossed his arms and glanced around with the air of complete boredom. He obviously didn't want to be there. Then again, neither did Eraserhead. After hanging up, they had to wait for about 5 to 10 minutes for the police to show. 𝗫𝗄𝗃 sighed loudly as he scrolled to his messaging app to complain to his friends about how annoyed he was about having to waste the night talking to police. Eraserhead glanced back at him, probably to see why he was sighing out loud. Heroic trio chat group, hey, anyone up? Purple 𝗬𝗓𝗫𝗵𝗃𝗃, yeah, I'm up. But I saw Verde and now I have to wait for the law to show up to tell them what they already know. Purple 𝗬𝗓𝗫𝗵𝗃𝗃, gee, that sucks. But wait, you saw Verde? Yeah, got a selfie too. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲, no way. XP, 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲 insert selfie. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲 if anyone wants me to draw it, then I'll try 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲. Now I have to somehow get a selfie from him. Yeah, but then you'd have to spend hours explaining what happened to police while having to come to terms with the fact you won't be getting any sleep because apparently, they like to ask the same 5 questions over and over again. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲, bet you I could get him to friend me on social media before you can. 1 Oh really? 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲, yep. I'm going to try to befriend him. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲, stop judging me. I'm not XD. I just find it funny that you think you can befriend him. Don't you think you'll get into major trouble if you got caught being friends with him? 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲, you're right. Nonetheless, he really is cool. I just found this video of him fighting. It was posted like a few minutes ago. I know. Who do you think posted the video? 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smiled to himself after 𝗎𝗪𝗀 went quiet on his end. Then about 10 seconds later, his phone started ringing. One 𝗬𝗪 answered the phone laughing, "Hey 𝗵𝗃𝗲." A loud voice yelled back, causing 𝗬𝗪 to laugh and hold his phone back. I can't believe you not only saw Verde but caught him on camera. You JRK. You didn't even tell me about the video. Wow, that's loud. Is that 𝗎𝗪𝗀? Eraserhead thought to himself. I don't see why you're so upset. You saw the video online, so what exactly are you so upset about? 𝗬𝗪 mused. I don't know, how about the fact you didn't share the video with me? Gee, sorry if the first thought that came to me after seeing a vigilante wasn't, man, I should show this to my friends. 𝗬𝗪 snarked. You're right. I'm just really jealous that you managed to get him on camera. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 sighed. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 quit whining. Maybe one day you'll find yourself in a situation where you could catch him on camera. Just remember to not get yourself killed if that does happen. That means no wandering around trying to bump into him. 𝗬𝗪 scolded. Whatever. I'll be careful. I'm actually just leaving the dojo right now. What is up with you leaving that place later than everyone else? Can't you wait for your mom? You know what happened last time you left without her? 𝗬𝗪 groaned. Yeah, I got attacked. No need to remind me. Besides, there's a vigilante out in the area. I'm sure if I do get attacked he'll show up. That's wishful thinking and it's going to get you killed one day. 𝗬𝗪 scoffed. Yeah. If I die, you'll hear about it. See you at school tomorrow. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 dismissed. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 hung up, causing 𝗬𝗪 to sigh with frustration at his phone before mumbling, "An idiot not being sensible." It did not help that Eraserhead was nearby and probably heard most of what 𝗎𝗪𝗀 said. Well, it's 𝗎𝗪𝗀's problem now. If Eraserhead was going to question his obsession with Verde, then 𝗎𝗪𝗀 could deal with it when the time comes. 𝗬𝗪 was not going to even try to get in the way of that. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was 9:49. The police pulled up a minute later, and Detective 𝗬𝗪𝗁 walked up to the two to ask 𝗬𝗪 questions. Needless to say, nothing helpful to their investigation was found other than the video. Even then, the video was not much help other than to show that Verde could kick butt. It also showed nothing to clue in what his quirk is. One 𝗎𝗪𝗀 hung up his phone with a smile and walked out of the dojo. 𝗬𝗪's concerns were not that important to him right now. Yes, they were friends, but he was not going to let 𝗬𝗪 coax him out of finding Verde. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 could see the police car lights flashing about a mile down the road in the opposite direction he was heading. That's probably where 𝗬𝗪 is. Isn't amazing how far we can see light? 𝗎𝗪𝗀 sighed and continued onward, away from the police cars. If Verde was like any other vigilante, he would head far away from the law. That meant further into his patrol territory. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 had found a few other people online who were saved by Verde. Apparently, they started a fan site for him. Anyways, after comparing where everyone was saved, he managed to create a general idea of where Verde patrolled every night. Now all he had to do was find Verde. Even if it meant getting home later than usual. It couldn't be that hard to find Verde, right? It has been an hour and still no sign of Verde. It's 10:49. You'd think I would have run into him by now. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 muttered to himself as he continued his walk down the empty street. A gunshot echoed off from about half a mile down the street. Bingo! Verde has got to be there. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 grinned as he ran off towards where the gunshot was heard. Izuku had successfully avoided any members of the law. Glancing at a clock that hung outside a 24/7 store, he saw it was 10:44. He looked both ways before running up to a fire escape to climb it up. Maybe standing on the roof would give him a better view of where any crime could be. It couldn't hurt to try. When Izuku reached the top, he walked along the edge of the rooftop, looking for any trouble he could fix. Sure enough, about 3 minutes later he saw PresentMic entering a nearby ally and some girl sneaking behind him. The girl was the perfect example of a flawless girl. Too bad those did not exist. Say, wasn't that, it was Ayano Baba. Why was she stalking PresentMic? She wasn't going to kill him, was she? Of course she was. PresentMic was one of the heroes trying to catch her after all. Izuku may or may not have eavesdropped on PresentMic and Eraserhead a few times to see what they were up to, so he knew what villain they were currently after. Verde sighed as he jumped towards the next rooftop to go save the hero again. Like, seriously, how many times does he have to save the guy? PresentMic was supposed to be super smart, yet he kept getting into situations that required some assistance. PresentMic sensed someone following him, so he entered the allies so he could get the jump on them. When he got far enough and he quickly turned around to face them, only then did he realize his mistake of trapping himself in that alleyway. Out of all people, it was her. And he just had to get himself trapped in an alleyway with her. If it had been anyone else, he would have been fine and would have defeated them easily. But Baba was no mere thug. She was ruthless and downright dangerous. She had this sharp smile on her face that could cut like a knife. And let's not forget that she has killed other heroes before. She looked him over as if he was some plaything. Oh my god, she's going to kill me. Just then a green figure came falling out of the sky, wielding what appeared to be a taser. Oh, it's Verde. PresentMic noted. You know wannabe. Leave PresentMic alone. Verde proclaimed as he tossed her with his taser set on its highest voltage. 16, she screamed, wannabe. Why you dash, only to go rigid from the electricity and fall to the ground. Verde jumped away from PresentMic and did a salute while saying, we have got to stop meeting like this, PresentMic. Verde then tried to run off, only for one of Baba's associated to show up with a gun. Sweet, looks like I'm going to kill Verde at 10:49 p.m. You got some time-relevant quirk, or are you just wearing a watch because being able to tell time without one doesn't seem very threatening? Verde mocked as he jumped back into the alleyway, pulling out his staff. Why you? The young teen, probably some poor lad who she tricked into dating her, screamed before firing his gun at Verde. Ah, you missed, Verde sang as he leaped forward to swing his staff at the black-haired teen. You can only miss so many times, he growled as he dodged the staff and aimed his gun again. Verde dodged the bullet, again, and swung his staff, effectively taking him out. Tisk, 𝗎𝗪𝗏, you really messed up big time joining Baba. Verde sighed before turning to face PresentMic. You going to chase me or take the inn? One PresentMic gave a sad smile and replied, I guess I'm going to have to take them in, and then run after you. Although by then you'll be gone. Better luck next time. Tell Eraserhead I said hi. Verde laughed with a laugh that only a pure cinnamon roll could produce. Too bad the voice modifier sort of ruined it. Not that it mattered, because it still sounded like a laugh from a pure angel if the angel had Batman's voice. PresentMic sighed as he notified the police, then Eraserhead, of what just went down. About a minute later, one of Eraserhead's students came running into the alleyway only to pout, "Aw man, I missed Verde." "Shouldn't you be in bed?" PresentMic questioned him. "Yeah, but my friends saw Verde earlier, and how can I just go home and sleep when the Verde was spotted nearby?" 𝗎𝗪𝗀 whined. Well, Verde is gone now, and you really shouldn't be trying to befriend Verde. I'm sure Aizawa wouldn't be thrilled that one of his students is actively seeking out a vigilante. PresentMic pointed out. "What? I know, but Verde is just so cool. His fighting skills are amazing and no one knows anything about him." 𝗎𝗪𝗀 squealed. "I'm turning him into a fanboy, oh forgive me. 5. Just go home, preferably before you get yourself into trouble wandering the streets this late." PresentMic sighed. Izuku sighed as he finally got back home. It was 11:40, he was to head back home at 11:30 so he could get enough sleep for school, and he wanted to see how many people have viewed Shinso's video. Izuku pulled up YouTube on his phone and looked up Shinso's channel. Izuku dropped the phone out of shock. There was already over 50,000 views. Wasn't it only posted at 9:35? Like 2 hours ago. Heroic Trio group chat Toshi. I see you posted a video about Verde. Did you know you already have like over 50,000 views? Cinnamon roll plus purple Eraserhead. Wait, what? Mashi, come again. It has over 50,000 views. Cinnamon roll purple Eraserhead, my video is popular. Mashi, forget that. Verde is famous. Bet it will have 1 million views by morning. Try a few million. Cinnamon roll. Izuku was on the bus scrolling through the news as everyone around him was excitedly discussing the newest hot topic of the day, Verde. Somehow, that video of him that Shinso posted last night already had 2.4 billion views. Then there's that fan site for Verde that apparently existed. Who knew? That posted a copy of the video on their site. The site was called Verde, Our Knight, and it had multiple stories of how he, as Verde, has saved people. Of course, Izuku was not really thrilled about this. After all, this means more pros coming after him. Talk about exciting. On the bright side, it seems the majority of people are comparing him to the crawler, so at least the people don't hate him. Then again, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 and Endeavor might be after his but now. Maybe letting Shinso post that video wasn't such a bright idea after all. 10. Oh well, that's a problem for future Izuku, the very tired Izuku thought to himself as he exited the news app and opened up the group chat. Heroic Trio chat group. So anyone seen the news? Cinnamon roll purple Eraserhead, you mean the complete utter chaos that my videotaping skills has caused? Mashi, sucks for Verde though. Imagine how much harder patrols are going to be for him. Purple Eraserhead, see I did screw things up for him. Let's just hope Endeavor won't be going after him. Or Snipe. That guy hates vigilantes as well, you know. Cinnamon roll Mashi, well, the majority opinion on him is positive, so it's going to be hard to capture him when citizens might jump into the fray to help him escape. XD purple Eraserhead. Mashi, we talked about this. Please don't go and get yourself into legal trouble. You can't go befriending vigilantes. You really think they would do that? I mean, he's breaking the law. Sure, they like him, but why would they help Verde escape the heroes? Cinnamon roll Mashi, the people help the crawler and his vigilante friends escape all the time. Yeah, but the heroes don't even try to capture them. Well, besides Endeavor, but he doesn't count. Cinnamon roll purple Eraserhead, and who were they comparing Verde to again? Cinnamon roll the crawler, cinnamon roll Mashi, exactly. So maybe some pros won't mind the extra help Verde gives. Interesting points. Well, talk to you guys later. Just got to the bus stop near the school. Cinnamon roll. Mashi, dude, it's 7:45. Why are you at school over an hour before it starts? See you in 30 minutes I guess. Purple Eraserhead, don't die in heroics class today. Izuku snorted at Shinso's message as he got off the bus and put his phone up. Things were going to be harder now that everyone and their mama knew of Verde. In regards to that, Eraserhead must be suffering, so at least something good came out of this problematic situation. Izuku made his way to his classroom, already dreading the forced social interaction he would face. I mean, seriously, did he have to interact with everyone? Can't he just curl up into a ball and die? Wow, maybe he did need to interact with others more. The halls were deserted unless you took into account the 5 or so students and few teachers he passed. With a sigh, Izuku entered the 1A classroom and sat down. No one else was there yet, not even Aizawa. Wait, there he is, sleeping in his sleeping bag behind the desk. Izuku almost didn't see him. Ding. Izuku pulled out his phone to check whatever message he got. 3 Heroic Trio group chat purple Eraserhead, I'm bored. So, that concerns me. Why? Cinnamon roll purple Eraserhead, because you're my friend and it's your duty to put up with me. Besides, it's not like you're doing anything. Just look up cat videos. Cinnamon roll purple Eraserhead, been there, done that. Come on. It's so boring sitting in this classroom all alone. One, then maybe you shouldn't get to school early. And take a nap if you're so bored. 𝗵𝗃 Eraserhead. Insomnia's a beach, so no nap. Hey, what's it like to have Eraserhead as a teacher? Exactly as it sounds. He's sadistic and strict. I give my classmates at most a week before someone else gets expelled. 𝗵𝗃 Eraserhead. So, what you're basically saying is that he is awesome and a mood, as well as there's a spot open in class 1. Wow. You two would get along. 𝗵𝗃 Eraserhead. Ah, so he too is a man of culture. Since when was being sadistic and relatable a culture thing? 𝗵𝗃 Eraserhead. It's my culture. Also, is that why I'm purple Eraserhead? Because I remind you guys of your new teacher. You planning on being underground, right? 𝗵𝗃 Eraserhead? Pretty much. But first, I have to make it into one 𝗵𝗃. Well, that shouldn't be too hard considering a lot of our classmates are hot-headed. That's not nice. 𝗵𝗃. What? XD, it's true. Purple Eraserhead. So, what I'm getting out of this is that Class 1A is incompetent and I can easily beat them. Not exactly. For example, Todoroki is someone you don't want to face in the sports festival. And don't forget they are all fit. 2 Purple Eraserhead. Yeah, I need to practice a bit more on my fighting skills. Anyways, I'm going to go back to being antisocial, so bye. 𝗵𝗃. Izuku put his phone up and decided to take a small nap. Sadly, his nap didn't last as long as he wanted since he was woken up by very loud classmates entering the room. With a groan, Izuku lifted his head off his desk and glanced around. It seemed Ishido, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Iida had arrived. Oh well, so much for peace and quiet for the next 30 minutes before school started. Hey Midoriya! Ishido exclaimed as she got up into Midoriya's personal space. You were so cool yesterday. Yeah. It's amazing that you're so fit. Kaminari cheered. Izuku immediately tried to hide his face in his arms. He did not sign up for this. 3. Yeah, you were so cool. Uraraka beamed as she too got into his personal space. Yo, Midoriya. What's your training reign? You were so manly yesterday, Kirishima yelled as he entered the classroom. Izuku pulled out his phone to quickly text SOS to his friends. Purple Eraserhead. Sorry, you got to deal with your classmates on your own, 𝗵𝗃. I'm down the hall. I'll be there in a minute or so. I take 4 different martial arts classes and I cleaned up Dagobah Beach with MASH. It's not much, Izuku hesitantly answered as he rubbed his neck. Wait, you and a friend cleaned that trash dump. Manly. Kirishima yelled. Yeah, we cleaned up that beach. Can you guys not crowd Zuku? He's got social anxiety. Ojiro laughed as he entered the classroom, clearly amused by Izuku's suffering. Oh, sorry dude. Kirishima apologized. Yeah, we didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Kaminari added. Hey, have you guys seen that new video on that vigilante guy? Ishido asked as she and the others moved away from Izuku. Yeah. He's so manly. He saved my mom from a mugger a few weeks ago. Kirishima claimed with pure excitement. Ojiro placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and asked, You all right? Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just still not used to socializing. Izuku reassured with a smile. Izuku then grinned as he stated, So, heard Toshi beat you to getting a selfie with Verde. I know. Like so unfair. Ojiro groaned. Wait, your friend got a selfie with Verde? Ishido and Kirishima asked at the same time. Yeah, but I won't tell you who he is due to personal reasons and such. But he did post that video you guys are freaking out about. Ojiro responded. Your friend took that video. So cool. Kaminari sighed. Yes, though vigilantism is nothing to cheer about. It still is illegal. Iida inputted. 16, yeah, but he hasn't been cited using any quirk so he technically hasn't broken the law. Ojiro countered. 𝗵𝗃, why do you know so much about Verde? You stalking him or something? Izuku complained. 5, no, it's just that ever since he saved me, have been following his every move on the web. Did you know there is a website dedicated to all the heroic stuff he has done? Every single personal story about him on there states how he doesn't use a quirk. It's so cool. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 proclaimed with practical stars in his eyes. Oh God, we have a fanboy. Ishido teased. 12 Izuku tuned out his classmates, not really in the mood to hear people talk about him. Instead, he decided to glance around the room to see if he could find any other possible escape routes if need be. So far the only places he could find were the windows, ceiling, and vents. Well, he also noted how Eraserhead was pretending to be asleep when he was really listening in on his students and observing them. If Eraserhead was going to be that observant, then Izuku was going to have to be careful. The last thing he needed was to out himself as Verde unintentionally. One time skipped to Heroics class, they were waiting for Heroics class, and Izuku had decided to take a nap. However, that nap wasn't going to last long, seeing All Might came barging in screaming, "I am coming through the door, like a normal person." Izuku practically screeched as he jumped a foot into the air. He was not thrilled by the sudden loud noise. Needless to say, everyone laughed at him while he tried to hide his face once again. "You have got to get sleep, Zuku." 𝗎𝗪𝗀 laughed. 9. Shut it, Mashi, I get sleep. Okay. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 dismissed. All Might went on to explain what they were going to do today. Then they went to get dressed into their hero outfits, which wasn't awkward at all. Nope. Not like everyone saw his fit body. Izuku got dressed quickly and ran out of there. He was the first to meet up with All Might, followed by 𝗎𝗪𝗀. Izuku's hero suit was similar to the canon with some minor differences. It lacked the white stripes. The utility belt was black with 6 pouches, not 2, and 2 straps to hold bigger items. The shoes were dark green, the gloves were black, and the whole suit itself was a darker green. You know what? I'm gonna draw it. He also had some support gear, grappling hook, bow staff, voice changer, smoke and knockout bombs, dark purple and black respectively, lock picks, taser, some medical supplies, a couple of pocket-sized notebooks with a pen, and a pocket knife, 'cause why not? The support gear was in the pouches of his belt besides the voice changer obviously. The grappling hook hung on the left side of his belt, the bow staff hanging on the right. All Might still thought it was obvious he was a fanboy. Izuku took note of All Might's silent judgment and ignored it. After all, no one would expect a fanboy to be Verde, right? So the whole fanboy aspect really helped him blend in. So, you ready to floor our classmates? 𝗎𝗪𝗀 asked Izuku. Yeah, I guess. I just hope they don't go easy on me because I'm quirkless. Izuku grumbled. Well, if they do, then take advantage of that. It's their own fault for underestimating you. Have you taken any notes on them yet? 𝗎𝗪𝗀 inquired. I have already memorized their quirks somewhat, and their fighting styles should be somewhat similar to their personalities. Though, I'm not 100% sure of their fighting styles. Izuku stated. Well then, may God have mercy on whoever you fight. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 laughed. 21. The sound of chatter from other classmates making their way towards them caused Izuku to immediately move closer to 𝗎𝗪𝗀 if that's possible. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 just laughed at his friend's obvious display of social awkwardness. I'm just saying, the guy has got to have some agility or reflexes quirk. How else would you explain how Verde moves like that? Kaminari claimed. 3. Not possible. It may seem that way to you, but his form and structure make him the perfect person to pull such moves. His small form makes dodging easy, and his baggy jacket helps with making others underestimate him. He's obviously no older than 17 based upon his stature and what we know of his personality from the internet. Todoroki countered, shocking his classmates at his sudden input. 5. Did the quietest guy in class just talk? Was the thought they all shared. 2. Man, you seriously think he's around our age, Todoroki? Kirishima asked, to which Todoroki just nodded. Having met the guy myself when he saved me, I can second the fact he is around our age. He's as small if not smaller than Zuku here. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 reasoned. Wow, you were saved by Verde. Ishido squealed. Yeah, quite a few months ago actually. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 replied. All right class, settle down. It's time to get started, you bunch of newbies. Skip to after choosing teams, CRP, I'm on my own. Then again, it's probably best that way. Now I can effectively fight without worrying about any teammates. Since Class 1A only has 19 students, someone had to be on their own. That person is our small bean Izuku. 𝗬𝗪𝗏𝗏 was teamed up with 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎 since 𝗵𝗏𝗏 was expelled. 1. First up, Team A will be heroes and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitor room to watch. All Might explained. Everyone headed off to their respective places. Bad guys, you can go ahead and get set up. In 5 minutes the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start. Izuku was already going through what he remembered about his opponents, trying to figure out how best to beat them. So Bakugou will most likely be looking for me and will leave Ida behind. Most likely ignoring Ida's plans and anything he says really. Knowing Ida's seriousness, he will most likely take this seriously and be strategic. So the bomb will be on the 5th floor. That being said, they are both expecting me to enter through the front door. So maybe I should enter the top floor or from the roof. That way I can avoid Bakugou and get straight to Ida. Then again, that might not help prove my worth to my classmates. However, it is the best way to win with the least damage control needed. Meanwhile, everyone in the monitor room was debating who would win. I mean, Midoriya is strong, but he's no match for Bakugou and Ida. Kaminari stated. 11. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Midoriya has only been taking martial arts classes for 10 months and he's already a 3rd-degree black belt in Aikido, stick fighting, Jiu-Jitsu, and Taekwondo. I've been learning martial arts since I was like 3 and he's already better than me. Then there's the fact that he has years of practice in dodging from all the bullying he has endured growing up. Don't underestimate him just because he is quirkless. Izuku has analysis skills that put detectives to shame. Ojiro interjected. 2. It is true that young Midoriya's analysis skills are terrifyingly accurate. I've seen one of his notebooks and it's startling how much he can figure out from just videos and watching fights. All Might added. 2. Yeah, but there's only so much that can do for someone you know. Midoriya may be smart, but Ida and Bakugou-1, Midoriya's already won if you are thinking like that. Midoriya's lack of quirk and his nerdy state give off the air of easy to beat, which is exactly what he wants. It's a rather smart strategy he's going there. Todoroki remarked, cutting Kirishima off. 2. Let's begin. Team A and Team D, your time begins now. Izuku smiles under his respirator/mask IDK. And shot his grappling hook at the roof and zoomed up there as if he was Batman. Izuku then looked around the roof, not finding any way inside from there. 3. Guess I'm going to have to enter through a window. Izuku sighed as he neared the edge of the rooftop. 1-1. Swift movement, Izuku jumped down, clung to the roof and swung through a window that was luckily open. From there he slowly made his way to the stairs to get to the lower floor, making sure his footsteps were muffled. Explosions could be heard from a few floors down. Bakugou went looking for me just as I expected. Izuku trekked down the stairs, picking up on Ida's villain monologue. Ida seems to be getting into character. Let's hope his charade is enough to distract him from me entering till it's too late. But should I use a smoke bomb or knockout bomb? I only have 7 of each, so I should choose wisely. Knockout would probably be best if I'm going for efficiency, but I don't know if Ida has a filter in his helmet or not. Then again, if it doesn't filter air, then a knockout bomb is best suited for this. Izuku took out one of the grape-sized bombs and peered into the room Ida's voice resonated from. Well, here goes nothing. Izuku threw the bomb into the room, waiting 5 seconds for it to kick in. The response was immediate. Huh. Guess. Bakugou. Bakugou. Pick up. Don't ignore. He has his comm off. Cough. Must stay awake, thud. And he's out. Time to move in. Tenya Ida is out. All Might declared as Izuku ran in and quickly touched the bomb, officially ending the battle. And the heroes win. Explosions could be heard from one pissed-off Pomeranian. Meanwhile, the monitor room was in chaos. Did you see that? He was like a ninja. Ida screeched. They didn't even see him coming. So manly. Kirishima sighed. And no damage whatsoever. He got to the bomb without having to fight anyone or risk any injuries. His stealth is amazing. Yaoyorozu stated. Told you guys not to underestimate him. I'm surprised he didn't fight anyone though. Guess he wanted to go the efficient route instead of the show-off route. Ojiro mused. Oh man, I wanted to see him fight. Ashido whined. Maybe next time. And trust me, you do not want to be at the other end of that staff of his. Ojiro laughed. How exactly does Midoriya fight? So you asked. She practically asks everyone in the show to call her that, so I'm gonna call her that as well. 5? Well, he's mainly close combat, but I wouldn't be surprised if he could do long-distance combat as well. He's a quick learner, so his style changes a lot. He's an expert with that bow staff, so I'd expect him to be good with some knives and swords as well. Honestly, Izuku is kind of like a ninja. Except he likes to use taunting every once in a while if it suits his opponent. So really, there is no set fighting style. It really depends on who he is fighting on how he fights back. Ojiro explained. So basically don't pick a fight with Midoriya? Kaminari asked. 2, pretty much. Ojiro concurred. Hey Mashi. Izuku greeted as he entered the monitor room, followed by Bakugou. Iida was sent to the infirmary due to being unconscious. Hey Izuku. You were awesome in there. I wish you would have fought a little though. Yeah. Well, I was aiming for efficiency, not showy. So I went for the safest route without any damage control or injuries, taking into consideration of who my opponents were. Knowing Bakugou's anger towards me would lead him to go towards the entrance and also to him ignoring Iida, I decided for a more effective entry. Iida is a rule follower and a serious person, so I knew he'd go with the 5th floor. So all I had to do was enter from the top floor, take out Iida, and touch the bomb. Izuku stated. You were great, Midoriya. Kirishima exclaimed. Izuku blushed and hid behind Ojiro. Thanks, Kirishima. 7 times skipped to end of school because author doesn't want to write about the other fights. Izuku and Ojiro were the only ones still in the classroom. Well, Aizawa was sleeping, but you get the point. Man, I'm beat. Wanna head to the cafe before we go to our Aikido and Jujitsu classes? Ojiro groaned. 2, yeah, let's just wait for Toshi first. Izuku laughed as he put his notebooks up. Shinso seemed tired at lunch today, didn't he? Ojiro inquired. I mean, staying up all night can do that to you, Mashi. Izuku remarked. I guess. But he's up like that all the time. He just seemed more tired than usual. You don't think something happened, do? Ojiro pondered. I mean, I'm dead tired with just having to put up with the overly friendly people constantly trying to talk to me. So I understand his tiredness somewhat. But keep in mind his quirk might be a factor in his tiredness. A lot of people with mental quirks tend to suffer from insomnia, so it isn't that much of a stretch to imagine he's one of those. Izuku reasoned. Huh, I didn't know that. It must SCK to have insomnia. Ojiro sighed. Let's go find him. He's probably still near his classroom. Izuku suggested as he ran out of the classroom. They found Shinso in his classroom, talking to his homeroom teacher, 𝗵𝗃 why not? About how he doesn't really want to do group projects. Just this once you can do the project on your own. But the next projects will have to be done with a partner. 𝗵𝗃 reasoned. Author's note. Keep in mind Shinso is basically a purple version of Aizawa, and 𝗵𝗃 went to school with Aizawa. So 𝗵𝗃 understands how to help Shinso come out his shell a bit. Also, I understand 𝗵𝗃 being his homeroom teacher might contradict the last chapter when Mike compared him to Eraserhead when they ran into him last night. Well, just because he compared him to Eraserhead doesn't mean he didn't recognize him. He was just being observant last night. That's all. 5. Thanks, sensei. Shinso responded. Toshi, you ready to go to the cafe? Izuku asked as he shyly stepped into the classroom. Coffee, Izuku. Must have been a tiring day. Shinso mused. Too many people tried talking to me. And after heroics today, it will only get worse. Izuku whined. Well, good luck with that. Shinso smirked. I will tell them that you're the friend who took that video, Toshi. Izuku playfully threatened. Please don't. It's all that everyone talks about. Shinso groaned. If you two are done being antisocial drama queens, I'd like to make it tea the cafe before I have to go to martial arts classes. Ojiro interjected. No need to be mean, Mashi. They both whined. Bye, sensei. Shinso said as they left. Bye, Shinso. Try to be safer at night. Don't want you to be running into trouble like last night. Alright. Aye, sensei. Nice to see he at least has some friends. Kind of like Shoyuta and I were with Oboro Shirakumo. PresentMic mused to himself. I'm gonna go cry now because of poor Oboro DX56, what was that about? Ojiro asked, Sensei and your homeroom teacher were the heroes that found me after I took the video. Sensei just doesn't want me getting hurt chasing after Verde, you know, like you do. Shinso sighed. I need coffee. Izuku whined. Class 1A that bad? Shinso mused. There's not enough coffee to begin to deal with them. Izuku deadpanned. Well, I feel bad for your homeroom teacher then. Shinso replied. On another note, All Might makes a horrible teacher. Izuku stated. How so? Shinso inquired. His idea of our first lesson was to fight each other. And he needed a script to teach us. Then again, he's new at this, so I can't really complain. Izuku complained. Can you guys stop being so grouchy? Ojiro asked. Not enough coffee in the world for that. Shinso scoffed. Mood. Izuku proclaimed. What am I going to do with you two? Ojiro sighed.